Okay. Is it live now? I think that worked. Huh. Okay. I lost everything in Twitch chat probably, but that's okay. Everything after Cult Zero said yeah is gone because I wasn't connected. Yeah, I don't know what happened with that. My internet just decided to take a shit. I don't know. But it's back now. Like I think my router rebooted and everything, or maybe it didn't reboot. There were a bunch of red lights on it, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that was, but it's working for now. Hopefully, it continues to work. Yeah, I need internet 2.0. Yeah, the internet's been so bad with the whole pandemic. A lot of times, like not for streaming, but if I'm just trying to like watch YouTube or whatever, I'm better off just tethering to my phone's 4G, and that's faster than than my Wi-Fi. Luckily, it seems to mostly only affect the downstream and not the upstream, which I guess makes sense, since most people are downloading shit, not uploading shit. So also, let me just type into here. Should be up now, in case people need a refresh. Because sometimes you need to refresh a tab and you can't tell. But yeah, the upstream's fine for streaming, except just right now, well, I don't know what happened. It wasn't even a speed thing. It wasn't like that my speed dropped too low. It was just my internet completely stopped. Very strange. All right, so this should be our tile positions. I mean, usually the Wi-Fi is fine. Yeah, it's just the whole pandemic situation. I guess it's not even really the Wi-Fi. I guess it's the internet coming into the building. So it's just that the ISPs are overloaded, I suppose, with everybody stuck at home in quarantine and watching Netflix all day or whatever. All right, so now we can write to our layout. So game.world. Let's have a reference to indoors. And then our indoors dot layout decoded. We really don't want to do this if we have to rebuffer it, but we'll rebuffer every frame and see how terrible this is. But we want to check at the very least, if the tile position change, but really want to check if what gets written to the layout decoder gets changed. We could probably do that fairly easily though. All right, so it's going to be R and then tile X and then tile Z. And we're just going to write them as 1 for now. The different value here will change how high up the floor level is, right? So here this is at level 1, and then these up here is level 3, I believe. But for now we're just going to set them to 1, and then we want to call the buffer function on the indoor room entity. Now we can assume that the entity is at index 8, and that works, but that could change. Like if I change something in the future and we unshift something to the array or something, then that would change. I will clarify. I said I modded my GameCube, but technically I actually haven't. Everything needed to run the mods is completely external. So it's just like, well, in the case of like the SD card adapter, that would be external. What else would you need? Is it just that SD card adapter? No, you need something that reads as if it were reading a disc, right? But not. So you have some sort of thing that you attach to the top to like the laser reader or whatever, I guess. I don't even know if it's a laser, but I'm going to call it that. The little like reader thing that makes it think it's reading a disc, but it's actually reading, something more digital. It's not, well, I guess they're both digital, but something that's not spinning around. Maybe it is spinning around your thing that's attached to it. That's pretty cool that you don't have to actually modify the GameCube though, because then you still have like basically a pristine GameCube that hasn't been opened up and the internals aren't like all fucked with. You just could detach the attachments or whatever, right? And then it's just a regular GameCube that you can do whatever with. Not that you really need to do that, but it's cool that you have that option. Okay, so we need to get the room entity, and I don't think I have that stored, but we should do that. So we just look at game.world.indoors real quick. I don't think we have something called room entity. If we did, that would be nice. I don't think we do, but we can define that right now, and we will. Okay, so that is going to be part of the room.js file. We're creating that room entity. Is it the room.js file or is it like indoors? We have a build room function. That's probably in here. Maybe it's not. Oh, yes, it is. Okay. So, and this is our entity, right? So we'll just throw this to have a reference here that's going to say indoors.room entity is going to be our room. Let's paste this in console. Okay, so now we should be able to go into here and say game.world.indoors.room entity. I hate this keyboard. I need a new one. There's an action replay disk that has an SD reader programmed into it. However, I've now switched to using a hacked save file to act as SD readers. I just needed to use piece of homebrew software to write the hacked save files onto my actual normal memory cards. But okay, so the old one you had an action replay disk. So that had a physical disk that you put into the GameCube, right? So then it thought it was reading like a genuine copy of software, but then it's not. But now you're using hacked save files to act as SD readers. So you don't actually, the GameCube doesn't need to think it needs to think it, but it doesn't need to actually be looking at a disk. It's just all digital input through like a SD card reader. It's very interesting how all that works. I do have a GameCube somewhere. I still have my old one. Maybe I should dig it out of some storage box and at the very least play some old GameCube games. But then maybe even so like how, in theory, right, with your thing, if I had all the attachments, right, your stuff that you're working on eventually, maybe not right now, maybe it's not published, but eventually your stuff will be published somewhere, right, on the internet, and then like I could download it and play multiplayer Wind Waker in theory one day, right? That's how it works. Hey cow, have you always been streaming on YouTube? For I don't know, a couple weeks. I'm streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and Mixer right now. But only people watch me on Twitch. Nobody watches me on YouTube. Occasionally I'll get like a Mixer comment. You're the only one, cow. I technically need a disk no matter what because I need to run the game that loads the hacked save files. Oh. Huh. So you have like an actual copy of Wind Waker and then you're like using the save files to modify how the code runs in the game. Twitch and Mixer are blocked on your Wi-Fi. Okay, yeah, I mean I'll keep doing it. It's easy enough because it's like just it's really nice. I'm always surprised that it's free. Restream.io. It's like you just click a button to add all these services, and they don't. I mean, you can pay for it, but those are like those premium plans don't even offer any benefits to me really. Except if somebody on chat said Facebook live streaming is like getting big now. I don't know how true that is. But to do Facebook live streaming with Restream, you have to pay like $16 a month for that. But yeah, I'll keep doing it because it's no different to me. All I do is click a button and say stream to YouTube and it just goes. It's interesting that with with Wind Waker and GameCube games in general, I would have thought. I mean, I guess it was a long time ago, so like things were different back then. But I would have thought like those things, and that's probably not the right terminology, but like I want to say like would be more sandboxed with the save data, so like it can't affect things as much as you're able to. I mean, I guess that's the whole point of modding and hacking, is to do things you're not supposed to be able to do. But I'm just surprised that it's even possible by letting you alter so much about the game just via the save files. The Twilight Princess randomizer does something even cooler. They made the entire randomizer into a rel, the GameCube equivalent of DLL, and made a hack save file that acts as a rel injector. Okay, I don't know what all those things are, but cool. Yeah, I mean, modding to me makes way more sense, like, you know, in an emulator, because in an emulator you have full control over everything. But when you're actually doing console modding, that's like really, really interesting that you're able to do that kind of stuff. Because like in an emulator, you can just, you know, you have full control over the entire game file if you wanted to, and everything inside it. That's the only reason I haven't been watching it all. Yeah. All right. Well, that's good that you know now, Cal. Yep, I'm on YouTube every single time I'm streaming, so I'm glad to have you back. Okay. And you know, in case anyone didn't notice, even though it's just Colt and Cow in chat right now, but anyone in the past broadcast or anything, since we have chat for multiple things up in the top corner up here, I have the chat showing from every source. So if anybody comments on something and you're like, what the hell is he replying to? I don't see that. Hopefully you catch it up here, because that has all the chats combined. But it only shows one message, and if it's a longer message, it gets cut off. But typically I try to read the messages out in whole, so you guys know what I'm replying to, especially with past broadcasts and stuff. But I'm not always so good about that. All right, so we have our reference to our room entity, and then inside of our merchant file for updating the layout, we want to call indoors.roomEntity.buffer, and we want to set that to true because that's saying update just the layout. Like we're editing the layout. You don't know what a DLL is? Dynamic link library? No, not really. I mean, I've heard of it, I guess, but no, not really. So now if we paste this in, and we also paste the update loop in, and then we call the init function on this. Let's do it over here so we can see. Now in theory, if I click, okay, it is rebuffering the room. It's doing the placements in the wrong place though. We're not calculating it correctly. Like there's this weird bit here. Yeah, it's not calculating the positions correctly. Maybe I inverse something. Yeah, it's inversed. I guess that might make sense because did I flip this around? It might have to do with if we're negative on a certain axis, because right now we're negative x with positive z. Didn't you have an overlay that showed all chats and wasn't broken? I'm guessing it's broken now. Yeah, the thing Guinea guy made me, that's probably broken now, and it never worked with. It only worked with live coding and Twitch anyway, which live coding is no longer really a thing, and now I'm on YouTube and Mixer, so that wouldn't work anyway. I could show more chat messages. It wouldn't be that difficult. The issue is making it look good, because I don't want it to take up that large of an area of the screen. I guess I could bring it out a bit further, right? So if I bring this out further, whoops, and had it on top. How do I move that up? Hold on. If I did that, right, then I can make the messages a bit longer. But showing more than one message, I don't really know how I'd want to do that, because I want it to be small. I don't want it to take up like the whole like right half of the screen or third of the screen or whatever. Hey, not Panda. Sorry, I thought that was Panda because I'm reading it up in the top. Hello, Postal Pancake 12. How are you doing? Yeah, I was looking at the OBS because we were talking about chat, and that text is so tiny it looked like it was Panda because sometimes Panda's in chat. But sorry about that. How are you doing? Yeah, if people really want it to be like really visible and like a third of the screen or whatever, we can do that. I just figured it's not that important because it's there enough, and most people don't type super long messages, and I read out the chat messages most of the time. Okay, so this is working, but the calculation of the position is off. But I think it's only off on one axis. Let's also if they go negative, that's probably a bad thing. All right, we want to, I guess, clamp this. No, let's not do clamp. Let's do math dot max, right? And we don't want it to go below 0 for either of those. But then also something is off about this. I think we just want to, yeah, let's look at game.world.indoors, whoops, .x. What's the best way to do this? We can make each of these absolute values. It's a really long line we end up having here, but I think that might help. Okay, let's see if that's an improvement. Let's go stand over here. Maybe I should make the writer much taller than one block. Okay, so that is working, but diagonally? How did I manage that? Oh, well, I have a typo here. I wonder if that's the whole issue. I still think I made an improvement, and I think it's still better, but I did accidentally make it so it was writing X and Z the same every time. Shit. Okay. So where is X being written to now? Let's make it so the writer's taller so I can actually see where the hell these are being placed. Okay, so they are offset. Maybe, well, if these are both negative anyway, so it'll be a negative minus a negative. Maybe that would have been fine, but let's get rid of these absolute values. We still definitely don't want them to go below 0. Okay, cool, it's working. So now I could hold that. Yay! I can build my little room up here. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so now we can more easily edit these layouts. We don't actually want that, but what I was thinking about doing with this particular layout, oh shit, that saves. Why does that save? Oh, now it didn't. Why does it save once? But hold on, let's make it broken. Okay, and then let's exit and then enter, and it's still broken, and then exit and then enter, and then it's fixed. So why is it doing that? It doesn't really matter because it's just for the editor right now anyway. In the future, when the player is editing their own buildings, it might matter, but we don't have that running up anyway. So if I'm careful about, I'm also interested in what the writer could be. So if we had, what do I want to write here? We'll just call this a dot writer, and we'll default it to 1, but then I want to be able to edit that, you know, and we'll see if we do 0 or maybe even false or undefined, how that behaves, because I want to be able to delete these placements as well. I'm not sure what I'd want to set them to. I want to make sure they don't get saved in the compressed save string. So we want to use the writer here. Let's paste this in, I suppose. This is going to set it to false though, isn't it? Yeah. I think. Let's just call in it, I guess. Okay. So now let's do some placements. Oh, right, and they're clamped, so they won't remove that. Let's change the writer now. Let's try just 0. I don't know if that, it might get rid of it. Oh no, it doesn't. It makes them lower? Huh. Interesting. So let's do like, I don't know, null, false, undefined. I don't know. False? Nope. Okay, undefined does work though. All right, so undefined will be our deleter, and that shouldn't be getting exported. I don't believe in our save array, so that's good. So if I want to put a little wall here, we could just do that, and it works really well. And then we set our writer to 1. I mean, I'll have UI on the screen for editing and stuff, but okay, that is working. It's a little finicky, which is why if we had a cursor to show where the block was, it'd be a lot easier. I'm currently attempting to put the modded ISO onto an SD card because I'm not exactly without options for doing it, but they aren't great options. I'm currently doing it with Wii, copying from the USB port to the SD port with a piece of homebrew software some Wii modder made. Last time I did it though, the copy process would stop partway. And if you had the little SD adapter, USB SD adapter, would that fix all that, or that's a separate issue? Because if that would fix it, I'm telling you, go on Amazon or whatever right now, Newegg, wherever. I don't know if you're in America, so I don't know if is Newegg a thing in other countries? I don't know. Probably is. But I'm telling you, go on whatever site you use for that kind of stuff, and probably would be better. Yeah, just do it right now. You're not gonna regret it. They're not expensive. You could probably even get one for like $5 if you don't have money and you're trying to be really cheap with it. You could probably get one really, really cheap. And just do it right now. Our room tiles held in an array. So when we have a encode it and a decode it thing, right? The encoded one looks like, I will show you. Game.world.indoors.layout decode it. Yeah. So our decoder thing is a giant object with these keys that show their index and then what value they are, right? But encode it really, really compresses it really nicely. Is it just layout? Yeah. It compresses the string, and it might seem a little long. I'll show you what it is in one of these files. Somewhere here. But it's really quite a bit compressed, really, because this is a 40 by 40 array, right? Or 40 by 40 tile. It stopped at 54.45%. This is 215 characters long, right? But if we did just like raw values in an array, right, for every single placement, since our size is 41 by 46, whatever that would be, 41 times 46, that's almost 1900 tiles, right, that we're compressing into 215 characters. So it's like really, really good compression. That should work for like most layouts, depending how complex your layout is. Like if you're doing like weird shit where you're like checkerboarding the tiles or something, the compressor would probably struggle with that. It likes things that are many of the same thing in a row. But for most layouts, it should work pretty well. I could call delete since it's an object. We could do that. I forget where I'm doing that. It's in this file. All right, so we're not actually doing any of the setting right now, but let's see if but we can't just set the writer to delete. We would have to call delete on this. That's not bad. In fact, I probably want it to be bound to like a different key anyway, like the right mouse button or something. So I think that's action B, I think. And then we could have that called delete. So this is what you mean, Cow? Instead of setting it to undefined, do this. In theory, like even if there was a memory leak, I don't think it would be that bad. But right, because it would just be each tile would be stored in RAM, right? But that's like so insignificantly small, and we're not gonna have that many tiles, and it's only while you're editing the layout anyway that it shouldn't matter. But if this is a better way to do it, I guess we'll do that. Oh, that's true, Cow. Doing that conditional, that would work too. I guess it depends on if I want to have it bound to a different key or not. Yeah, thanks for letting me know that. People have said in the past that using this is like it is the proper way to do it, but it also like fucks with performance or something. Where if you just call, I'm probably misremembering, but something along the lines of if you just call delete even once on an object, it changes like the type of object it is, and then it's like a lot slower to do like operations and looping and stuff through that object. Even if you just call delete only once on that object, is that true or is that bullshit? It was something like that, and it was years ago, so I'm probably misremembering. But I thought somebody said even if you call that a single time, that it could be really bad for performance. In this particular case, it probably doesn't matter because it's for indoors, and indoors is like, we're not doing anything too crazy. We're not rendering an entire world and stuff, so it doesn't really matter. I'm really glad this is working though. So now we can fairly easily edit these indoor things, and then I should just be able to call it game.world.indoors.room layout, and that should return the encoded string. DL is not defined. Room 474. Is it just because I didn't have var there? Because it's a ustruct file. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, okay, so that returns the string. And I hopefully isn't storing those undefined values. It shouldn't be. There's other conditions for it to do that as well, though. An object isn't really the most performant way to begin with, though. Yeah, I mean, hopefully it doesn't matter too much because I'm a shitty programmer, and I think a lot of time I am using arrays for things that matter anyway. So it shouldn't be too bad. Most of the time I end up using arrays, and this using an object here, it really shouldn't matter, even if it does convert it into some really shitty performance thing, because it doesn't use it that often. It uses it a couple frames, really. It uses it for like one frame when it's building the indoor layout when you go inside, and then each frame you update the layout. But it's not like something that has to run at 30 FPS or anything, and even if it did, the indoor layouts are not super huge. It's not an entire world where we have thousands and thousands and thousands of units large. So it should be okay. All right, so this appears to be working. How do you encode the level? If you check which properties exist, then yeah, you would keep undefined values. Fuck, I don't remember. I mean, I can just look at what's inside of it. If we just use, well, I'm not doing undefined anymore, so it shouldn't keep it anyway, right? Because now I'm actually calling delete. I would have to look at. All right, let's look at the encode layout function. Yeah, maybe it would have used it. We go through all the tiles. It might have used it. But yeah, since we're doing delete now, it should be okay. Yeah, because we're looping through everything. It's doing a base 36 encode on the height. Because one of the things the compressor does, it does a few different things, but one of the things it does is it looks for any repeating things, right? So if we had a bunch of 2s or whatever, it would, and then if we had a bunch of, I don't know, 1s, right? So it would look at how many are here. So it says 17, and we're doing base 36, but then we're adding 10 to those, so it starts at A, right? So this would be B for 2. So it would say 17B, and then how many 1s we have here, it's 9, so then it would say 9A, you know? That would be one of the ways it compresses. I think there's another way I'm doing it too, where maybe I'm not doing that, I don't remember, but that's the main part of the compressor. It does rely on things, since it has to go in rows, it relies on it being most compressed if there's a lot going the same in a row. Not necessarily columns, but it should work well enough, unless you're making some really weird layouts. All right, well, one of the reasons I wanted to have this builder is because for this particular layout, I think this area is a little narrow. So now, if we, can I just click? Yes, but that's not the right height. So if we change the writer on it to, I think 3, whoops, not 13, 3. And it's a little bit finicky because you have to walk within a half tile area or a half unit area because our tiles are 0.5 large. And then I don't have a way to move these placements. This is only the room editor, so it only changes the walls and the floors and all that. I don't have a way currently. It's a little finicky. I might have it so the player, when you're in this type of mode, always walks axis aligned or something like that, or have a better cursor for this. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, it's not perfectly elegant, but I should end up making the correct tool for this, which would be like a top-down editor where you kind of just do things at your mouse, and that's what I'll probably do one day. I'm not quite ready for it. All right, so now if we encode this, that's our new string. Should be able to grab this, and then if we go to where we're storing that, which is in this file, I should be able to paste this in. And again, I'm gonna have UI here so we can like paste things to the clipboard and make things really easy, and it's not such a manual, shitty process. But in theory, if I put this in here, I shouldn't even have to refresh or anything. If we put this in here, and then I don't know why I have to go in and out twice for it to truly update. In fact, just to test that out, I'm gonna like purposely ruin this layout, right? And then go outside, and then inside, and then outside, and then inside, because for some reason you need to do it twice. Okay, so it is saving that bit. So now all these placements we'd want to move over 1 unit. And I think it would feel a little bit less cramped on this area up here. I might even bring it out further over here or something in the future. because this little platform is a little cramped feeling for me. I didn't really like it. Did you see that? Did I see what? No, I guess not. Yeah, I mean, this is a bit maybe the not most entertaining thing to watch, but I want to make this layout a little bit wider here, so I'm going to do that. It updated the second time. Update when you left the second time and the circle started closing. Oh. Okay, I'll have to test that out. How wide do I want this to be? And do I want it to extend from here? Yeah, probably. I mean, I haven't even looked at the code for why it doesn't update when I expect to, so once I look at it, it might make sense. But yeah, I should try to see what's going on. All right, so let's encode it. Let's grab it. And then, and I don't even adding all those styles, I don't think it's even changing the size of the compressed value. I think this is still, oh, maybe it's a bit bigger. I don't think it's bigger than the last one though. Maybe it was. It looks like it pasted the same size though. All right, so let's see what Cal was saying. Am I constantly buffering the room? No, I'm definitely not. That I know. All right, so let's purposely mess up this layout. And then, okay, I'm gonna try to look at this while the circle's closing. I'm probably not that fast, but so I'm gonna exit. Oh, maybe you meant that one placement where I right-clicked, which also removes a block. Did you mean that one tile that came up here? Because that's because I'm right-clicking to leave it, but also right-clicking removes a block, which is putting a wall up. But let's just see. Oh no. Oh, okay, because it's not. I guess it wouldn't rebuffer if it had that already, right? Okay, that makes sense, and then that makes sense why it was updating too. Hold on. So if I do this, if I'm careful about where I click, oh, it's so hard to do though. This, I keep accidentally putting a placement down though, which is breaking it. Because right-clicking always does it. Okay, but it's not going. I know what's happening now. It's not going to rebuffer the room unless it thinks it needs to. And since that's the next one we went into, so if I did it this way, well, it'd be a different room anyway. But it basically is saying this room is already buffered, so we don't need to buffer it again, right? It's already in there. What's the best way? In theory, we don't even really have to fix it because it wouldn't change. It shouldn't change in between these anyway, just because of how I'm doing this as a developer and changing things when they wouldn't normally be getting changed. You know, I'm expecting them. I'm not really wording this very well, but basically, a room shouldn't look any different from when you exit it to when you enter it. You know, nothing should have changed because that's not how the world works. Just as a developer, when I'm tweaking these values, I'm expecting them to, but maybe it's okay that it doesn't rebuffer it because it shouldn't need to rebuffer it unless I'm like doing shit inside console. All right, so these placements, the only way I can currently move them around is by just editing an object. Obviously, we want to have a tool like this, you know, for placements as well, not just for room layouts. It's pretty annoying how that works, having to exit there, but yeah, so we want to have placement thing as well, but for right this second, I'm going to grab those items and move them back manually, and they should have to move back 1 unit on, actually I did more than 1 unit, didn't I? Let's see, 1, 2, I did 2 units, because each one of these walls is, whoops, is a half a unit large. So that's 2 units. And the window we want to center, so the window is probably going to go only 1 unit over. And then this table I'll probably leave alone. I'm probably going to game.world. How was I doing this? Hold on. But we don't want to multiply this by 2. I'm just trying to figure out where these placements are in the placements object. Whoops. God damn it. It's annoying. Okay, so this window is around 18.1 or so. So now if I go into my placements object for our windows, which is here, the one at around 18.1, which would be this one, 17.75 and 1.5. We want to move over on the x-axis 1 unit. It's going to be 18.75. And then the other one's probably this one, I'm quite sure. Yes. Okay, so that should recenter the windows. And now I need to figure out for these placements, which I'm pretty sure I know were already stored, but it's at about 18.5. Pretty sure it's around here. Yeah, 18. That's 18.1. Okay, these values. Everything in this row needs to move back on the X 2 units. Oh, I forgot I don't have that calculate plugin installed correctly. All right, let's just do this way. Okay, so that should move pretty much everything. Oh, this shelf too, I forgot about that. And then that would be everything, because I'm going to leave this, I think I'm going to leave that table alone. All right, so then this is at about 1915. I don't know why I'm doing that, but let's make this 20. And this would be 14, right? Okay, so then we wanted to find one at, oh, that's the floating items. We don't need that. Where's my double shelf? 1915. Obviously, this needs to be done better. All right, 19 here. Okay, so then this needs to be moved back 2 on the X as well. So it's going to now be 21. All right, so if I just put this in here in console, that should do everything I need it. Except maybe, no, I think that lamp will be fine. That lamp up here, I might want to move around. Okay, yeah, so everything's moved back. We have a lot more room over here. Oh, I didn't move the table. Huh. Now, adding placements will be fairly easy to do. Removing or moving around placements will be a little bit more difficult, so I'll have to figure out how I want to do that. But I guess I'll work on doing adding first, and then we'll work on removing, and then possibly moving around. But ideally, by the end of the stream, I'll be able to quickly make layouts. Lots of different nice layouts for all different types of merchants. Testing it on Wii right now. Second controller is actually functioning. Oh, it's great. Though the graphics are still fudged. Well, I'm glad you're making progress. All right, so this table is not in the right spot. It's at about 18.6. If I knew the ID for the small table, I think it's 31. We can look by that too. But 18.6. What's the ID for the round table? It's ID 31. That's what I thought. So these are all of our round tables, and we want to look for the one at 18.6. Okay, this one here. So we want to move this back to 20. All right. I'm not, this layout's not perfect yet. And once I have a better editor, it'll be easier to change the things I don't like about it. But it was going to be really hard for me to move that wall back until I had the editor. So I'm glad I could have at least done that. If I just right click over here, that'll update that, right? Yeah. It's working on GameCube. That's awesome. I didn't even think Wind Waker was on Wii. How are you doing that? Was Wind Waker on Wii? Maybe it was. Maybe they had a release for the Wii as well. Maybe I want to move the shelf over half a unit or so. But yeah, this is not too bad. This is kind of what I wanted. This area still, now it's like, it's good because it's not like super tight, so it doesn't feel like you're gonna like fall off the edge. But it's also like empty-ish here, so maybe we'll have some stuff along this wall as well. When we have like a railing or banister or whatever up here, we can put some sort of tables and items along this wall. I might even need to make it a bit wider, but that's fine. It'll be easy to do. Let's have it so we can create placements on the fly. What is the best way to do that? Well, for one, we need to update the merchant layouts. Because we can't even currently do that in console. We have to exit and enter the building. So where are we creating that? All right, this loops through all of our placements, but does it ever reset what their game entities are? Probably not. That's a bit of an issue. In theory, we can like slice or splice. I never remember what the differences are, but I'll just say slice, I think, off everything after like index 2 or so, I think, because like the first, we need to keep a couple things. We need to keep like the player. Let's look at game.world.indoors.entities, right? So we have a lot of entities. A lot of them are probably unnecessary, but all right, so yeah, it's going to be a bit difficult to do this unless we reset the entities that we're creating when we go indoors. Because we want to like clear this whole thing, but some of them are necessary, such as the player and the sky. It's pretty much it, though. The rest can be rebuilt. I guess the room entity we kind of want to keep too. I could cache them and then rebuild the array by clearing the array and then pushing in those few cached values. It seems a bit hacky though. If we just call this again, it'll redo every single placement. Like it'll have double the, tables and rugs and everything. We can attach some sort of property to them that tells it that it's a placement item, and then we can loop through everything and get rid of just the placement ones. We have so many different types of things going on here. Let's just call this. I don't think we need any properties. If we just call this, I just want to make sure it works, and it should create double everything, right? So we can't really tell, but there should be double the tables and everything. And one way you can look at that is just looking at the indoor entities, and now it's 291. I'm pretty sure it's larger than what it was before. It's called again. Now it's 434. So yeah, it's just adding and adding and adding. We want to reset and then add them all back in. I'm just trying to think of the least hacky way, the most elegant way to do this. In theory, it's just a couple of values that we could cache. If we redo entities have some sort of ID, no, why not just loop through the array and remove everything that doesn't match a filter? Yeah, well, I was thinking that's one way we could do it. There's like 3 different ways I can think of doing it. They all feel a bit hacky. I think I'm just going to. Is this a bad idea? I think it'll be fine if properties dot call it reset, I guess. I'm gonna redefine entities as a new array. Is this really bad do where we? Well, I don't know if I'm gonna do it this way, but in theory, can you redefine entities, right? And then use one of entities items to redefine it to fill up that new thing, something like that. Is that allowed? I don't know if that's how I'm gonna do it anyway, but something like that. If we want to use the here, let's have a reference to what indoors is up here. If we wanted to that seems so stupid to do, but we're gonna do something kind of like that. We need our indoors.room entity that we need. Unless we rebuffered the room as well, which we could, but I don't really want to. We need our game.world.player and the player's text, and I guess the sky as well. And the sky should always be the first thing, I think. Right? Yeah, so we can grab the first item. So we can grab entities at index 0. Yeah, it seems like such a shitty thing to do though, Cal. This isn't how you're supposed to program it, I don't think. So we need our game.world.player, and then I don't remember how to get the text to it. In theory, we don't need the text. I think it'll be fine without the text. And there might be a game.world.player text or something, or .text entity or something. No, maybe not. Let's try to just delete that first. Because it is shitty, yeah. But it's as sad as it is, it's kind of like the most elegant way I can think of doing it. 17. We're only really doing it with one of them. The rest are like external references to things that happen to be inside there as well. Hey, noob for lunch. Cow is on YouTube because Twitch and Mixer are blocked for him on his Wi-Fi. All right, let's see if this breaks. I don't think it will. I think it was at 17, right? Whoops. All right, so let's just call a delete on there, and that should delete it, I think. Just want to make sure the player can exist without that text thing. Yeah, okay, that seems to be fine. So now, let's paste this in. Let's call this with reset set to true. Oops. Reset is true. Oh, well, it's creating more particles, but we can clear the particles as well. That's pretty funny looking. Now the windows are ultra glowy. There's a built-in method for this. What should I be doing, Cow? Why isn't this is fine? This works. There's no issues. I guess we should clear our indoor particles and shit too. We should probably just recall our indoor function, but that's gonna like remove like where the players and stuff. I know this is shitty, guys. You should be used to it by now because I don't know how to be a better programmer. Okay, that appears to be working, and it should. Yep, it still has the particle there. Okay, cool. That seems overly bright on the window shine, though. What's up with that? Is it not deleting those? What are those under? Those should be sort of particles. Or something. No, those should be entities. Those should be getting rid of. Why do they look so bright? Oh, let's. Oh, and it's also creating more NPCs. This should work for like this is mostly the things, the ways, at least with the NPCs, the way this is breaking, it's okay. Not for the Windows, but for the NPC, because the NPC editor, the layouts that you'd be editing where there's NPC inside there, would only be things that the developer is touching. You know, me anyway. When we have it, so the players editing like their own buildings that they own, there won't be NPC things that they could spawn in, so it actually doesn't really matter. However, I don't know what the hell is going on with the window effect. So that means the cutout window thing. Maybe it's working now. Maybe it's fine now. Oh, because maybe that was set to index 0, so we're pushing that once by accident. I don't actually know. It seems to be working though. Okay, cool. You just told me? Oh shit. I don't know. Oh, I'm so bad at reading chat, I'm sorry. Array prototype filter for filtering out the placements. Yeah, but I don't have a good way to look at for them right this second. I could assign some sort of thing to filter them more easily, but I'd have to go through all the code. Oh, I forgot doing that. I'd have to go through all the places that we're adding those entities and put some sort of thing to filter them by, because it doesn't. I guess we could do a filter that's inclusive instead of exclusive, and then have it so it filters for the player. It's only a couple things anyway, so like we'd have to have a whole filter for different things versus just having like these 3 things. If it was a bunch of things, if I had like 10 different things or more here, then it'd be worth it. But for 3 things, is it really worth it? Really, we can just do 2 things if we want, or maybe even 1 thing. No, we should do 2 things, because we can rebuffer the room as well. Recreate the room. I don't know. I think it's fine. There's no issues with this. Okay, I don't know what's up with this placement really. Let's just, oh, there's setters on 3. It doesn't even matter because we're not saving it. It's just bothering me. I don't know why it's being stored, because it shouldn't be getting encoded unless they accidentally put it in the encoder. All right, whatever. Right, so we want to have it so we can do placements now. And now that we have this function working, whoops, I forgot scroll chat. I wish I could be like you, from like not a care in the world how shit your code is. Look, this is how we got a game that looks this good, is by shit code. If I wasn't doing shit code, I wouldn't have this beautiful village here. I wouldn't have the indoor layouts looking so good. I wouldn't have our whole world being generated correctly. This game is powered by shit code, and it's a wonderful thing. I don't know what the hell is up with these placements. It's because the same key is bound to opening the door to removing an item. That's why you have a game and I don't. I do want, like, how do people actually, like, because there are people out there that are really great programmers and get a lot of shit done, and, like, are like me and you combined, basically, Cal, where you program appropriately, but also get shit done. How does that person exist? Like, they do exist, but, like, I can't comprehend it. Also, I haven't really showed you guys on stream the nice lighting at nighttime. I'm pretty happy with it. The door probably shouldn't be glowing, but whatever. I like the striped walls interiors, which I'm spawning at 50% of the time. So I kind of just want to find one just because I like how they look. There's a difference between their good code and mine. Just so that they could actually... Well, I guess part of it is just like having motivation of like keeping at something for a really long time, which I have. I just don't know how to program. Yeah, I like these striped walls. They look nicer. I kind of want to like force all of them to be striped walls right now, even though I want to have a lot of variety, so I shouldn't do that. Also, what the hell is up with this placement? I might have accidentally exported that. I probably did. Shit, hold on. I gotta like remap these to different keys and stuff. Let's go to the writer and fix the parts that I broke. And now I'm curious if there's like a rogue wall somewhere far away when I was breaking this before. Hopefully not. You have a confession. What's your confession, Cal? Alright, let's encode this layout. And grab this, since I think this is the right layout now. And then in our layout, paste this in. So I don't know if you've seen this, Cal, since you have been here for a little while, but if I go to my, this is the tool that I built for editing villages, which I'm pretty happy with. And like, we don't have to do anything inside console. It's really nice. I have this nice UI. I mean, it's not really nice, but I have this UI to easily do different things, and I can remove blocks and I can add blocks, and I could, if I wanted to do something higher, I can grab this and paste that up higher. This is basically what I want to have for indoors. I don't know if I'm going about it the right way, but this is basically what I want. One week I got pretty bored and started rewriting all your code to not be ugly. I don't think that's possible. You know how difficult that would be? Did you really? Or are you just fucking with me? Because I don't think you could. Like, it's too shitty. So we could spawn in a nice big building placement like here, and it works pretty nice. It was chaos. Yeah, you just can't. It's too shitty. It's untouchable. Nobody could ever steal my code because it's written too shitty. It's like built-in copyright protection. Can you rotate stuff? Yeah. We could do these stairs if I rotate them the right way. I need to show on the cursor, like a little arrow on the cursor, the red block, to show which way things are pointed, because it's kind of guessy right now. But you know, if I wanted to easily add a staircase here, I can just delete this and then add that and then add some walls in like so. And then I could easily just click export to clipboard and put it in, and now you have that new layout. I don't actually want a staircase there, but you can see how easy it is to do. It's nice. It goes to preview would be cool. Yeah, we talked about that. It would be. I just didn't feel like programming it. But yes, you're right. It would be. But this is basically what I want for indoors, so I can easily make lots of different village layouts and lots of different indoor layouts. Okay, so we have the function that's going to recreate all of our placements. So now we need to, inside here, I guess. Where is it? Here? Inside here. I need to have a different UI for all of this so we can do this better. But since I don't have any UI or any good way to change this, I'm going to just put a different key on this one. This will be on, I don't know. Let's just do this on the R key. No, we want to reserve that for rotations. Does it prevent you from placing entities inside other entities? Well, no, it doesn't, and that's kind of a good thing because some things I want stacked. I think it will prevent you from placing the same entity. Yeah, it'll prevent you from placing the same entity on top of itself. But if it's a different entity, we kind of want that because some type of entities here, if I do this, so like we have these separated, right? So for the tree planter, that's its own thing, but then I want to be able to place on top of that, which in this case will be the tree, and I kind of want them separated. But then also if I wanted to have like let's say the string lights, where is that, come off of this tile to do that, you know, so I want to be able to stack things on the same tile, but it does prevent the same exact item with the same exact rotation being placed on top of itself. Yeah, it won't allow the same exact tile with the same exact rotation. It will allow the same tile with different rotations because that kind of applies sometimes, like with this. Thanks, Al. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. I wish the shader would work right for the trees and stuff. I mean, at least I can see them and that's all that matters. It doesn't need to look pretty, but like it's not billboarding correctly, so you can like see weird shit like that, but it doesn't actually really matter. And I think I could even change in the preview the time of year. So like right now you can see they all have like Easter decorations up, right? Like Easter bunting, Easter wreaths, and all that. Let's see if I did. This game has changed a lot since you last watched. Didn't you last watch like 2 weeks ago? Maybe even probably even more recent than that. If I set game.world. No, is it game.world? Yeah, day of year to, and I might want to do month as well. Let's just set this to like 350. That should be sometime in December, right? And then we also set the month of year to 12. So now if I change our placements or rebuffers, these decorations inside the editor should be Christmassy. Yes, they are. That worked. Good. So you can see now we have garland and snowflakes and poinsettia wreaths and mints and icicles, and all that. It also has other types of decor, like Christmas lights and stuff, but they won't show up inside the village editor because those they're not batched into the same type of models since they have to glow. Pretty sure I haven't really seen it before you updated the player model. Barely. It was buffering like crazy because I had to use a VPN. Oh. Well, then I'm glad you get to see it now. Maybe I should be showing you more things. Maybe I should be walking around the world. You've seen the mini games and stuff we did, right? Like the fire tower mini game and the Easter egg painting mini game and all that, right? Or should I show you that too? Oh, I forgot about that. Why don't I see? Oh, is this that weird thing that happens sometimes? Where, wait, what did I break? Okay, it has a room that time. Yeah, it's depending where you are in world space, it's gonna drop you down from the sky because I'm 58 units up right now. Am I in a different area of the world than I was last time? Am I in a different town? I don't really understand. Um, oh, you didn't see any of that cow? I gotta show you. It's pretty funny. Like, it dropped down from the sky. That's fine for now. Let me show cow some things since apparently you haven't seen much. Game.minigames dot Easter egg painting dot init. So obviously this will be around Easter time. It would be like an NPC that like asks you to paint eggs or whatever. But you can see there's like this silly, wacky little physics-based mini game where you can paint eggs, and like the pattern here is the one we're trying to draw. And I can paint some eggs, and if I paint this correctly, I'm probably not going to do this right now on stream, like actually finish it, because it's a pain in the ass kind of, and it takes a while, and there's no reward to it right now. Maybe this pattern's not too hard. Some of the patterns I made are like really, really hard. This one's not too bad, so maybe I can finish this one. I also want to make it so, god damn it, come back here, brush. Fucking shit, where'd the brush go? Okay. Sometimes you have to grab an egg because the brush goes a bit too far off. There is a wall to stop it from going away, but yeah, those blue lines are gonna be a pain in the ass. I'm not gonna finish this, but you got the idea. If I finish that egg, it would detect it and you'd win. There's also the fire tower mini game. That's harder to initialize in console. I can do it, but it's not as easy. If I find a fire tower, which hopefully there's one nearby, because they spawn pretty frequently. Let me turn my player speed up. Thank you, cow. I think there might be a fire tower over here. Maybe not. I don't know. There's a campfire. Oh, there's a fire tower. The grass isn't spawning. I gotta figure out why the grass is the slowest thing, because the sub-entities and the terrain keep up pretty well, but there's supposed to be grass everywhere. It will spawn eventually, but when I'm moving around fast at this 4 times faster than normal speed, the buffering for the grass for some reason doesn't keep up. Also, Chrome has weird bugs with the pointer lock API that causes lag spikes if it's buffering too much. All right, so we have these fire towers, right? And then eventually we'll have like an NPC that looks like a wildland firefighter down here to talk to, but we don't have that yet, so it's just this debug cube. But you can see in here we have this mini game. It takes a little while to load because it has to do a lot of stuff on the main thread, but you control an airplane and you put out a fire, and if you put out the whole fire you win. And it slowly spreads around, kind of, I shouldn't even say slowly, kind of quickly spreads around. I don't know if I'm going to beat this on stream right now either, because it takes like 2 or 3 minutes to do. I don't know if I want to do that, but you get the idea. If I put this whole thing out, it detects it and you win, and you'll get something cool out of it. I'm glad to see you're very excited for the progress we made, cow. But yeah, I want to have a lot of different mini games. Those are just 2 that we've done in the past couple weeks, but I want to have dozens, if not hundreds of mini games ideally. And I want them all to be fun. So like that was one of the things I was struggling with the Easter mini games. Like, the obvious go-to thing for the Easter mini game is just like have a little scene of hidden Easter eggs, and you have to walk around and try to find all the hidden Easter eggs or whatever, find the most or whatever. And I still might do that in the future, but it's like a very generic, obvious go-to, not really fun way to do an Easter mini game. So I was trying to think of something a little bit more creative and fun for that, which is why we have the painting game. So yeah, I want lots of fun, not just generic mini games in here. Hey Sabe, how you doing? Do the fire towers spawn in high places? No, right now they're just kind of random. But I could easily do that. I can have a detect on it where it checks the elevation to spawn them. But the tower itself is tall, so it's tall-ish at least. So there's another one here. I obviously need a lot more variety of like these small structures. All right, well, back to indoors. That's probably pretty much everything, Cal. I don't know what else you might have missed, but that's pretty much everything probably. I started to do some stuff with shovel mechanics instead of having to right click on plants, which is kind of boring. I want it to be a bit more interactive. I don't know if it's on. Okay, so like before you would just right click next to these mushrooms and it would dig them up. I started this, but it's nowhere near done yet. But it's similar to the net. I don't even know if you know how the net works. I should probably show you that too. U.start tool. C.tool. A shovel. The only one that you have to activate this way is the shovel because it's not done at all yet. But you know, it's a little bit more fun, interactive way of doing this. Like that. Obviously, there needs to be like an animation to it. It needs to take time, and a lot of other things need to be tweaked about it. But that's that. For bug catching, you have a nice net that you can move around the world now. To catch them, you have to actually like catch them within the net. There's no bugs really in this biome right now. If I was in a temperate biome, there would be a lot. I think they should spawn the trees. Maybe they don't in this biome. Hey, Stevewood, how are you doing? I'm just showing Cal around the game since apparently he hasn't seen any of this since I started streaming again, like the past couple weeks. Cal's on YouTube, by the way, not on Twitch. That's why you can't see his chat. You haven't seen the mini games either, Sabe? Oh, well, I'm glad I showed him off then. Thank you, Sabe. All right, why is that? Why can't I enter that room? Sometimes, okay, I'm not focusing on this right now. Also, I probably should fix that bug where you are up in the sky. I'm not going to focus on this issue right now, but some of the buildings, some of the time, don't have the sub entity attached to them, so I can't enter this one. But it's like a very rare occurrence. So you just got to figure out what's causing that. All right, let's make it so you don't fall from the sky, I suppose. Cause that's kind of annoying because we're probably going to be entering and exiting a lot. There's also these new indoor layouts for anyone that's just joining now. And right now I'm building I'm doing a lot of things right now, but I'm building the editor to improve these indoor layouts because, I mean, this is a good one, but I want to be able to make, dozens or hundreds of these different layouts for all different types of shops and everything. I mean, half the building is missing. Oh, like the face that's missing here. I don't know what happened to those triangles. These triangles just disappeared. I gotta fix that one day. Oh, thank you, Sabe. Sorry, I'm behind chat. You're doing great. I'm glad to hear that, Steve Wood. How am I? I'm doing pretty good. I wish I started the stream earlier. I don't know exactly how long it'll be, but I'll try my best to keep going. It's probably a shorter stream today because I started so late, but I'll go for at least another 2 hours at least. Okay, so let's fix it so when you go indoors, you're not going up from this. You're not spawning up really high, depending on your elevation. Yeah, the doors are bigger. All right, so that's part of go indoors. So indoors.js, and then the go indoors function. And then when we grab the player, let's just make it so the player's new position is just 0, because it should, maybe I'll set it to 5 because that's like the default height. I kind of want to make it 0 though. Let's do 5. All right, that should fix things. So now if we go outside and then go inside, yes, we don't drop down from the sky. All right, that was easy to fix. So for anybody that's just getting here, because a few people are getting here, whoops, that's not what I meant to do. If I go to I forget what I'm calling my things, but something like indoor layout editor.init. All right, so one of the things we can do now is we can, I still have the net activated. We can, add and remove walls or placements, right? So if I want to expand, if I want to put a wall here, I can do that, right? Whoops. I probably should bind it to a different key so we don't interact with things like that. But you can see that works. And if I wanted to It's a bit awkward because there's no cursor to show where things are being placed, but like if I want to do something like this, I can easily just edit the room layout, right? But now I want to have it so right now I can only do like the walls and floors. I can't change where these like shelving units are being spawned and these furniture items and things like that. So that's what I'm working on. Right, so then here we want to have it so it's going to call our build merchant layout, and we want to set the reset on there. Reset is true. Okay, so that will just reset all the placements, but we want to add to placements. We also want to remove the placements, but let's add to them first. So be back in a bit. Okay. We want to grab our, what's the best way to do this? Game.world.indoors.layout has our placements. That's a reference to the object, so it should update the object itself. So we should just be able to do this dot placements. And then we'll just assign something at those tiles and just see how this goes. But we'll need to have a different ID and rotation to set on them. But if we just run this, let's have, I guess, tile X and Z defined outside of all these conditionals. So then this is our key, and that is going to equal, is this an array? Shit. All right, so I guess we have to push into, oh, we're actually not using key. Okay, so we're just going to push to our placements. And that's going to be an object with X. Oh, I gotta move my keyboard. Okay, our X will be our tile X. And then in our UI that we're gonna have for this, we'll have the like Y values and the ID values and maybe even the rotation values. But we'll just default them to something for now. So Y we're not gonna set at all because it doesn't need it unless it's on a higher level in the world. Let's set our tile Z. Let's set our rotation, which we'll just set to 0 for now, but we're obviously going to need to have them rotate. And then also our ID. I don't remember if I'm capitalizing that or what. I don't think I am. No. Our ID, which we will default to, I'm going to set them to 31 because that's our ID we're using for the little round tables. So this should have it so it places a round table. And I guess I'll bind them to, how do I want to do this? Let's have it so this, just going to comment out the remover for now and put that on action beat so it's like a right click. All right, let's see if this works. Unfortunately, I guess it would push even if one existed at that tile. So we'll have to filter through the array to see if there's certain things on that tile already. But I don't know if I want to be able to stack certain things. I might want to be able to stack them. So we'll have to like check if the same ID is placed and stuff like that. I'm not sure how I want to do it yet. But if we just test this out, does this work? No. I guess I want to log when certain things are happening. Okay, so it is updating the room. That's an audio issue that I haven't figured out right now. Not a concern right now. All right, the right clicking. Oh, we probably don't want hold on that either. Let's do release. Not that that makes a difference. That's not why it's breaking, but hold on. I gotta send a text message. Okay, so I guess I want to console log just to make sure certain things are firing. It definitely should be. Let's just look at this real quick inside here. Yeah, so I guess we'll watch this, right? So it's 64. And if we just click this a few times. Okay, so it is pushing to it. Let's look at what the last values are on here and see what's getting pushed. Oh. Tiles are half the size. Yeah, so they're double the spacing away. So we are spawning them. They're just all over here. Okay. So our tile X is actually going to be something different over here. We just don't want to multiply them by 2. The floors and stuff. Actually, if we want to have half units, which we probably do, we'll leave them being multiplied by 2, but then we want to divide them by 2. So then it gives us half units, right? And in theory, we don't have to redefine this whole thing. We could just say divide the existing values by 2, right? So we could just do this. I guess that'll work. What am I doing wrong there? Oh, divide equals. Isn't that how you do it? Can you not do that? Can you only do times like that and do like that? You can't do divide? I really thought you could. Huh. Oh, maybe because I'm redefining it as a variable and I shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, that's why. Whoops. Okay. All right, so we'll divide them by 2. That way it'll have half units in there, which is probably something we want. Okay, so now if we paste this in, if I right click, yes. Okay, cool. So we can have these placements. And I think it'll keep them. Can't go outdoors now because we're doing the release. I really have to put these on different keys. Well, I can just set this as not active, right? We don't have an exit function for it yet, but I guess that's not a bad thing. If we just set this to active is false, then it will stop running it. So then we could actually use it. Okay. Now it's probably going to keep, oh, that's interesting. It spawns my camera down below now. So now we have the opposite issue. So we're going to have to reset the Y in the cache value as well. That's okay. All right. So yeah, it does keep the placements. Oh, that's interesting. Why were they empty tables before and not filled tables? It doesn't matter so much. But if we were spawning a different type of item that didn't have a shelf on it, like this one, you might not see them at all. And currently we have no way to remove them, but I will add that, obviously. Can they not be empty and filled? What do you mean? The tables we're talking about? So if I spawn a table in, nothing's on it, right? We should expect, let me do a wireframe to see if they're like below the ground or something. No. Oh, yeah, right now every table has an item. Yeah, so if I spawn in a bunch of them, they went to these ones, right? So we're going to look at these 4, right? They're all empty. And then if I go outside, and then re-enter, now they have items on them. But they should have items immediately. So what is up with that? So when we call build merchant layout, maybe the iterator for getting items. No, we're resetting our iterator. Our iterator is the seed. And then we're looping through all these. So then here, that should work. Because if it doesn't get an item, then it just runs continue. So we shouldn't even see the table. So it has something to do with the display entity. And let's look at where we're running this code initially. Maybe I should look at that entity itself, but let's look at where we're running this. It's part of build merchant, which is just doing that. And the properties, oh, maybe the properties we're signing through are not correct. Let's look at the properties that calls for. Yeah, that's probably what it is. I don't know where I'm calling that function. Not inside here. It's probably inside either indoors or room. Yeah, we're sending through a bunch of different properties. Okay. That's where it's failing. So where it's like way back. It looks like it only has an X and Z value. Okay, that's fine. So it's expecting some X and Z values in there. And indoors should be defined as the right thing, I believe. Yes, okay, so this should fix that. Okay, so now, did I change something else? Hold on. Maybe something else gets added to it. In fact, when we call buffer merchant layout, let's console.log all the properties to see what's in there each time. Unfortunately, my layout's so fucking full of tables now, it's making it hard to actually do this. All right, so when we just do a regular one, it has reset true and then an X and Z value. If we go to, let's reset this so it's no longer active so I could actually get outside. And then once we enter the building, we want to see what that logs. So just X and Z. So it has all the right values. The only exception is that reset is on. Reset shouldn't really be breaking things though, because reset only just resets the entities array, which shouldn't matter. I mean, we can call it. Okay, hold on. Here's an idea. I'll do it out over here. Let's set this to active. Let's spawn, I don't know, 2 empty tables. And then let's call our build merchant layout. And we won't have reset on there just to see if reset is what's breaking it. We need X and Z defined though. So why would reset break it? Okay, let's try another test where we do that and we call the same thing with reset on. Maybe it's not that it's reset. Maybe it's a timing thing. Maybe we're calling it too early. Let's see. No, it is because of reset. Huh. And if I get rid of reset, it works. Huh, so this is breaking it. Well, maybe it's because this is no longer a reference to it, so you have to reset the entire reference. Right, so this is, we'll define this further down. How do I want to do this? Yeah, we'll define that further down. We'll reset game.world.entities. I still kind of want to reference this though inside here, just so it's a little bit shorthand for just that one really. So it doesn't really matter actually. Fine, we'll just do it this way. It's a bit shitty, but whatever. I'll space this out. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Indoors is defined, right? Yeah. All right, I think this is the reason that it's breaking. And then here, entities, if we're pushing into it, needs to have a new reference because we're recreating the array. So we need to instead recreate the reference instead of the variable, if that makes any sense. Yeah, okay, cool, that works. Very good. But yeah, I can have multiple in the same spot, which is not what we want. And we also want to be able to delete these. So we can't delete them. We have no cursor. There's a lot of issues that need to be fixed, but it's an improvement. We can get rid of that console log. It's so hard to exit the building now. Oh, can I not exit? Okay, we can just call go outdoors. Okay. So I can reset the placements probably, right? I should be able to do that by just pasting this in because that resets all the placements on the object. Let's see if that worked. Hold on. So now if I go into a building, oh, right, that one's broken for some reason. Cool, it does reset them. That's great. Yeah, I may want to push this back even further, depending on what it's going to be like when we have like a wall here or something, some sort of railing or something we're going to have there. And then we could have stuff on both sides, which is the whole point of having this editor, so I can easily do things like that. It's just not done yet. I guess I should build some sort of UI on this init function. And then we could click over here, like the same way we have the village editor. Click over here to change if we're building walls, if we're placing down entities, if we're removing things and all that. I kind of want to have some sort of function for removing them. All right, let's build some UI. Then we can change the writer and stuff and what's happening with it. Let's call this a type, which will default to floor. And then like, I guess we want to have, I'm just going to call this our value for now. It's going to be, I guess, 1. I'm not exactly sure how I want this to be yet, but we will figure it out. Okay, and then we'll do probably most of this on action A, probably. We might change it, but we'll see. I probably want to also turn off all the, when you're in the editor, turn off all the updating of these so you can't interact with them just while you're in the editor. But indoor editor. We need a build UI. Let's look at the village init UI for the debug village thing. All right, we're gonna call this our indoor layout editor. What's our container that we're gonna push all these divs to? We'll create these buttons that do different things. These buttons. This one will be add floor or something like that. We'll call it. I guess these don't need to be camel case. We'll make them regular English. I probably shouldn't be doing these style things here and just do it in my CSS file, but lazy. Then on click, and then we're gonna have it so our writer is set to this. And then we're gonna have another button for removing the floor. We'll set the value here to, I kind of want to use undefined, but at the same time, I don't want to ever set it to undefined. So I'd rather like be careful and just set it to like, I don't know. How do I want to do this? We can not have a value. We can just change a type. Yeah, let's just call this delete floor. And we'll leave the value alone. It doesn't matter. So we'll look at the type, the name of the type. Maybe we'll even call it name. I don't know. It doesn't matter. And this is going to be for deleting our floor. And then that should work. And then here for the action A, right, if we're doing that, I don't know if I want to do the whole hold thing or not. Depends on what, I guess we'll do it depending on what type we have on. Let's have a variable, let's have a reference to our writer. Var writer is, I guess that, which is our editor.writer. Okay, we don't actually need a shortcut to it, but whatever, it's fine. So then let's have it so certain ones are held, right? So here we'll call it hold is true. So then here we can say if writer dot hold, then we run that. And then if it's not, we'll have it so you don't just hold on the button and keep placing things, right? We want to have that on release. And then this is going to do different things based off what our writer.type is. So if writer.type is add floor, I believe I'm calling it, or is it just floor? Type is floor. We'll call it add floor. Then we go run this code, but the value is going to be different now. Our value is our writer.value. And then else if our writer type is delete floor, we're calling it, remove floor. I think it's delete floor. Yeah. And then we do something similar. I could even probably do this inside the same conditional and just flip what we're doing here, but it doesn't make a big difference really. So we're gonna call basically, well, we'll run this, I guess. Okay, so we're gonna delete that, and then we're gonna buffer the room, and then else if, we could even do an else here because there's nothing else right now, but we'll be specific. If the writer.type is a placement, we'll call it, then we're going to do all different things with that because it's going to have rotation values, it's going to have IDs, it's going to have Y adjust, it's going to have all different things. But right now we're going to do the same thing we were already doing, where we, just assume that it's a table at those positions. So we want to have another button. Let's at the very least make this style line not so long, because it really should, these two lines shouldn't even exist. It's just laziness. But let's have it so they don't take up as much room. All right, so this button is going to be for add placement. And then I need to change the type because I just called it placement before, but we'll have it as add placement. And then hold is not a thing for that one. And the value, we'll leave that alone, I guess, because we're not actually using the value in the writer right now for that one. Let's just see if all of that works. Hey Dragon, how you doing? All right, so first of all, oh, we're not appending the container ever, are we? No. So we just need to do a GUI.append child container. And GUI should be defined up here. Yes, it is. Okay. So now if we paste this in and then call it, yes. Okay, so now we have these buttons that we can click for the editor. We have add floor, delete floor, and add placement. So if I click on add placement and then I click where I'm standing, we add a placement. Perfect. If we click on delete floor and I click over here, we delete the floor. Very good. Click add floor, all works. That's really, really good. Now we need to be able to set different type placements. We need to be able to remove placements. and set floor heights. And then that's pretty much it after that, I think. Maybe also a randomized seed so we can preview different seed versions or a seed input or something. We definitely need to be able to remove placements. That's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass, possibly. I guess we can loop through all of our placements, find the one that's within a certain radius, and delete that. That would work. I should build this closer to the editor that we had before, like for the actual room editor where the player is editing the room and it's like a top-down view and you like click different things and drag them around and stuff. I just feel like this is a little bit more flexible for debug purposes. But then again, if the player is doing a similar thing, the player should have the same amount of accessibility to it. So I'm just not 100% sure if this is the right way to go about it, but I've already done it so much, there's no turning back. We're just gonna have to keep going with it. These nice dust particles in the window, it's so nice. The interact code seems to be targeting close things, the B button appearing. Yeah. Yeah, we just wanna kind of, but not exactly. It'll be easier to just loop through them again. Especially because I don't really like how the B button detect works, because it's like it doesn't always, like where it actually shows what it'd be selecting on, it allows it for the very last one, right? So the very last thing it detects is where it displays it, I think, or the first one, I'm not sure. But then the one that actually gets used is the inverse of that. It's like the very end or the very beginning. But it's easier to just loop through them and look at their distances probably. We don't actually have a cursor right now. We just are going off player position. I guess we'll continue that until I wisen up and make a cursor. So inside update, we'll have another button, right? That's going to be called remove. This should be spaced out. All right, this is going to be called remove placement or delete placement. I don't know. And then in here, we're going to check for delete placement. And then we're going to loop through all of our placements. And I guess we'll just do within a certain radius, remove that one maybe. I don't know exactly how I want to do this. We should really wait till it's the closest one. I mean, maybe we will. Let's just start a for loop. For var, and I don't think we're in, are we in a loop? No, we're not in a loop. For var I in the placements. Maybe I want to have a reference to the placements. Var placements is this. And then if math.distance 2D, I don't remember, I think it's like that. I don't think I'm capitalizing it. Let me check. Math.distance. Oh, I am capitalizing it. Shit. Then our placements at I dot X and Z, and our tile X and Z. Then I guess we'll splice it from our placements. If that is less than, I don't know, 0.5. It's probably larger. Let's bring that down a little bit so it's a little bit more accurate. Right? Because they're placed on 0.5 wide tiles, and that's a radius of 0.5. So we probably want to actually do 0.25. In fact, if they're all done on those exact placements, they'd probably have a distance of 0. They'd probably be the exact thing, so we don't actually have to do a distance check. But or we'll do like a Manhattan distance check. But in the future, I probably won't have everything always aligned on 0.5. In fact, I'm pretty sure some of these, like these tables here, I didn't like how they were aligned on a 0.5 grid, so I manually did them on like a 0.25 grid. Does var keyboard mess up global scoping compared to let const keyboard since your program is complex? That's a good question. I don't actually, well, I guess that would help with the scoping, right? Yeah. If you did var like within a function though, that should still be scoped, right? So as long as you're declaring it in the right place, even if you did let but not within something that's scoped, if you did that in window, then that would still mess up the global scoping, I think. It's not necessarily versus using var or let or consts, because I believe they're all still scoped if you're doing it within a function, right? It's just that the scoping on let and const it's a little bit more strict of where they scope inside. Like if you know, because if you do var, it's scoped to all the parents excluding the window, right? I believe. I think I could be wrong on that. But yeah, let is a lot more strict with the scoping, where it won't scope to the parents, right? So you'd be safer using let, but you probably could use var and not mess up scoping. However, if you're going to use a global thing like depending on what it is, if it's going to mess up the thing, you're better off probably, depending on how you're programming it, you're probably better off just making an object to place things into, So like for me, what I should be doing, even though I'm terrible with my scoping, what you could and maybe should do is have some sort of global object that you're using. In my case, I have two main big objects, game and engine, and then I can put stuff inside there, and then I'm not worried about it messing up anything on window or anything. But it depends on what that variable you're declaring, what it's supposed to be scoped to, because I don't necessarily want everything inside game. But using let or const versus variable or var, it's not necessarily that one will mess up scoping more than the other. It's just that they do scoping slightly differently, and you just have to be, one's more strict. But you can use either one. You just have to be more careful with var. Okay, so if our distance is under this, then we want to do placements.I. No, not placements. Placements.splice. And I always get slice and slice confused, but I'm pretty sure I want splice. And then I1, right? That would splice at the index. It would splice 1 off, right? And then if we're going to continue with the iterator, we want to do I minus minus. So it goes back 1 because it removed 1. So it's going to jump forward too much. So we want to send it back. I don't know if I want to continue with the for loop. That's if I want to do multiple deletes. I don't think I do want to do multiple deletes. So once it finds one, I think I just want to do a break. Yeah. So once it finds the top layer, you have to click again to do the next layer and the next layer and the next layer. All right, let's see if this works. I have no idea if I did that splice correctly, but I think I did. All right, so now I should be able to... Hold on. Where's my button for it? I have to recall a init, don't I? Okay, so now we have our delete placement button. Why is that adding placements? What did I do wrong? Hold on. Init. Did I not? Delete placement, and then if our update function, if our writer is delete placement, oh, I still have this shit here. Silly me. That was a mistake. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, so do I want to call init again? I don't think I have to, but just in case. Okay, cool. So now if I stand in the right spot, I delete and then I add. Okay, cool. Yeah, I know, Dragon. I'm lazy. Especially because I like to do shit inside console, right? And depending on how I'm doing it, I mean, normally it should be fine if I'm careful anyway, but depending on how I'm pasting stuff in console, if we define something or if we declared something previously as let, you cannot redeclare let. So you can redefine them, but you can't redeclare them. So then just, it throws errors and it's annoying to deal with. Also, what the fuck happened to my door? Did I delete? Oh, the door is part of shit. The door needs to be one of the entities that we keep. I mean, I knew that was a shitty way I was doing it, but I wanted to be lazy about it, and I still am probably going to continue the laziness. The door is part of the shit. Okay, so the reason this is happening is because I'm being really lazy and being a shitty programmer. And when we reset these, I'm just manually grabbing some of the entities we need to keep and resetting everything else. And it's a really shitty way to do this. But I like to be lazy. What's the best way to fix this? I can do one of those array filter find things that will return the result I'm looking for of the door. Hold on, let's go outdoors and just look at where it is in the object. It's probably some weird random place that we're gonna be shitty to get. All right, so here's our door. If we look at game.world.indoors.entities, we have a shit ton of things in here. Let's just, door should be still fairly early on. Yeah, it's actually the thing right out the room. Have I always been building games? I've only ever built this particular game, and I've been working on it for an embarrassingly long amount of time. But this is my only experience with games. I've programmed many other things, but never games. So this is my only experience with game dev, and I've been working on this for, I don't know, like, I shouldn't even say, but like something like 7 years or something. So we can get like the entity right after room entity by getting the index of this. So if we did this dot, I think it's just index. Yeah, that's a pretty shitty, lazy way to do this. But, and that's also trying to guarantee that the door is always right after the room, which it should be, but like, you never know. All right, let me just make a note to myself. Fix this shit code. Eventually, you fuck. Okay. Hopefully one day I'll look at that and I'll decide that I should stop being an asshole and fix my code. But this shitty hacky fix should fix it, I think. So now, I guess this is still init because we never called some sort of exit function on it. So in theory, we can add a placement and yay, our door stays there. Good. Delete our placement. Wait, what? Why does delete placement break it? Are we doing this in a bad way where I shouldn't be trying to... Oh, right. Well, when we have it redefined, we're not setting it as the next index. So if we're more careful about it and we set it always as the next index on the second time around, that should be okay. As long as it's always right after room entity. And does that index get reset though? Shit. This is such lazy, bad programming. Holy shit, that's some dedication. Then again, Star Citizen still in dev as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like a good thing and a bad thing. Like there's some weird obsession where I can't stop working on this project. I just need to get it done, no matter how many years it takes. There's nothing I can do about it. I have no control over it. It's just going to be a thing that's always going to be needed. All right, so I guess this is working. I guess I'm still not 100% sure because I don't know if the index, I guess it is being reset. I don't know when and where it's being reset. I guess somewhere inside the update loop we're setting the index. Yeah, I guess we are. All right, I guess this works. So we want to have more UI to change the placement IDs, the placement rotations. In theory, the rotation can be just on a key, like the R key or whatever to do it. And I really would like to have a cursor, which I will do eventually. Let's have it so we can change our placement ID and I guess our rotation as well. So that's going to be on, we're doing add placements. I'm not sure exactly how I want to go about this. I guess I want some sort of input. Yeah, and then we can have it attached to our layout editor or even our writer maybe. So we want to create a new element that is an input. And this is going to be called like, well, we won't actually have inner HTML on it. I guess I want a placeholder on it though. I think we can just do it this way, I think. And this will be called set placement, or we'll call it placement ID maybe. The on click, we actually want this to be like on change, I guess. And then the on, we should probably not call this button either. Is input being used? I think it's like game dot or engine dot input. Input might be, no, it's not global. Okay, we're good. All right, so there's our input, our placeholder is placement ID. And then on change, we're gonna change it so, wait, do we want to do it for writer? I don't know exactly how I want to do this. We can change the writer's value. The only problem is that we need to have our placement already selected. Otherwise, it's doing other weird things we don't want. Maybe we should have this disabled unless our writer is enabled or something. I don't know. Or we can just not have it under writer. Or we can have it so our writer type just gets, I don't know. All right, this might not be the best way to do this, but I'm gonna say this dot, I think it's this dot value, right? Would be the input value. Yeah, I think that's right. I'm just gonna change the writer ID. I think that will be fairly okay to do. Let's see what this does, but we're not actually using that value, right? So we want to go down to where we're using the add placement. Hold on, so this is placement ID. So this is add placement. And then we want to use the writer's ID. And yeah, so let's just see what this does. And let's give it a default just in case we didn't input anything there. We'll just default it to, I don't know, 31. I'm probably going to change a lot about this so we don't do this quite as manually. I think I'm going to probably have different buttons for different IDs with their actual names attached to them. But I kind of want to at least have the option to manually change some bits about it. I don't know if it's ID. Maybe I just want to have the whole object that I can edit. I'm not really sure how I want to do this. It's definitely good progress though. All right, so now I have a placement ID area. So if we click on add placement first, and then let's just test that out. All right, so that gives us our table. I'm gonna click delete placement, and we're gonna click add placement again, and then I think 24 is the shelf. Yeah, okay, cool, that works. So we can change the ID to change what we're placing down. We definitely need a cursor to see where the hell this is, and we probably also want to change it so we can't interact with these items in the editor. And we definitely need to be able to rotate them as well. I'm trying to think of the best way to go about all this. I mean, a cursor would obviously help. I'm just putting that off because I'm lazy. I don't know why I do this to myself. Also, this append child button we don't want, I don't think. All right, so we'll have another input for placement rotations. Placement, I'll just call it rot. No, I'll call it rotation. Why not? And then this would be our writer dot rot. I think I want to have there, and that's the value. Yeah, that'll work. And then under, we're doing add placements. All right, we're setting the R here, so it's going to be our writer dot rot or 0. So we'll test that out. Again, this is not really how I'm going to want it long term. I don't think there's definitely some things I'm going to change about this, but let's just see what happens. So let's set 24. 24. Let's just test that out. Okay, so that works. And then if we change our rotation to be 1, that should spin it 90 degrees. So if I place one here, okay, hold on, that made 1 WA because we were clicked on there. Is this gonna work? Yes. Okay, cool. And then we can delete all those. If we had a cursor, I can tell where the hell I should be standing, but basically in the center. And we can currently do double placements, which we don't really want, but it doesn't matter a whole lot because this is just for, you know, it's just a dev tool. So as long as I'm careful about it, it should be okay. ESPN is watching 2 football players play Madden. Really? That's pretty funny. I mean, I guess they have nothing better to do, right? Because there's no football, right? Because of the pandemic. So, I mean, I guess that's fine, right? Traditional sports don't seem to understand how esports work. Yeah, I wouldn't expect them to. I mean, I don't understand how esports or traditional sports works. So, I don't know, but I wouldn't really expect them to. All right, so we can't change our floor value right now. So we want to have, I guess, another input for floor value. In theory, I want to do it like my village editor where we can just click plus or minus and then have an area that shows what the current value is at. Yeah, let's do that. And then we definitely want to have a cursor at those some sort of on-screen cursor to show the location of where it's being placed and what height, but since we don't have that yet, that's okay. Let's go to where I'm doing that here. Let's grab this code. And this is for our floor. Maybe we should just do it on placement Y for the entire thing. That way, yeah, you know, that's probably a good thing. That way, if we're placing our floor at a certain level or our placements at a certain level, it'll be the same thing. Yeah, so we're gonna basically keep all of this code. We don't have our cursor yet, so we can't do it there, but we can do it in our writer.y. I guess that's how I'll do it. And then where I'm changing these writers, I don't actually want to do it this way. I want to define it, right? So we already have it defined up here. We have type and all this stuff. We'll have this as add floor, and our y, I guess, isn't necessary really. Our value is whatever. Then here, this is how I want to do it. Whatever, we'll just try doing it this way. So we're going to change our type as this. Our value we're not really going to be using, so we can just leave that alone. And then we're also going to change, let's have our, whatever, we'll do it this way, that's fine. Writer.hold is going to be true. All right, this should be fine. So instead of rewriting the object, I guess we could also do some sort of like merging of objects, but we don't need to. I'm kind of into esports because it's a measure determined by the game, cannot be fathered in like traditional sports. I play Rocket League to train my physics brain. Mount your friends is another good one for that. Yeah, I don't I don't know how any of that stuff works. I've never watched esports. I don't watch traditional sports, so it's just not my thing. I know a lot of people get into it though. I didn't like. I guess I knew Rocket League is like. I guess it's esports. I don't know Mount Your Friends is, or is that just like it's not really like esports? It's just for training your physics brain. That's a pretty funny one though. All right, so we have our writer. We're setting these values. So instead of redefining the writer, we just want to change certain keys on it. The value again still isn't being used there, so we don't need to set that. But the hold value should be changed on a lot of these. So the hold here should definitely be set to false. And this would be our dot type. And this is for changing our writer ID, our writer rot, and then our writer type here. But again, we want to have it so it's not holding here. All right, that should help with things. And now when we change our Y value, let's see if that displays correctly. We're not using it yet, but let's see if it displays. Display is not defined. Right. That needs to be up here. So this is just for the, right, okay. I didn't remember how we were doing this. This is just for the buttons that change them. This is for the display showing what the Y is set to. Okay. At least it didn't break the game, so I shouldn't have to refresh it, I don't think. Yay, okay, cool. So here, maybe a bit hard to see. Okay, there we go, it's bigger. We have what our Y is currently set to, right? And we're not using those values yet, but if I click plus, ooh, not a number, why is that? It's not using the writer's Y? Yes, it is. This dot I, that should be a thing. The display inner each. All right, so let's look at our actual writer's Y, not necessarily what's being set as inner HTML. They should be the same thing, but yeah, they definitely should be the same thing. It's gonna be whatever this is under, this thing here. All right, so yeah, the Y is not a number. Oh, well, I guess it needs to have it defined here, I suppose. I guess that's why. So now we'll do that manually here. Dot y is 0. Yeah, okay, that's probably the only reason, hopefully. So now if we did that with floor, do we need to do half units? I'm not sure. We might want to do half units on that. But on the floor now, those we need to make sure are definitely whole units though for the floor. So maybe these should be separate. That'll probably be fine. When we're adding the floor down here, we want to use not the value now, but the writer's y. And we'll just do bitwise operator floor that, right? And that should work. All right, let's try this out. So if we go to floor, and I think our default is 1, right? So that's doing basically nothing. If we do 2 now, yes, okay, that works. Cool. If we do 3, yes, perfect. Cool, really cool. Does that make sense where that ceiling is being placed? I feel like it. Oh, I think it does. Yeah, because our new ceiling is there, which is actually above where our sky mesh is, it looks like. Yeah, so I think if I'm looking at this correctly, it's poking outside of the sky, maybe? No, the sky should be higher up than that. I don't actually know why there's a hole there then, because that should connect correctly. If we did this with a value of 3, let's do 4. Yeah, this is why we need to change how it controls. Let's remove some of these. Doesn't really matter, so not the goal right now. Oh, we don't actually want to remove it. We want to add them at level 1. Oh fuck, I clicked add placement. Pressing all the wrong things. God damn it. Add floor at level 1. There we go. Alright. I don't know why there's a weird offset to it. We'll have to fix that at some point. It's weird though, because like you don't see the hole here. It's fine though. Not a big deal. We don't currently have a way to export the placements though. It should be fairly easy. We should just be able to do like a JSON stringify on it, and it should be okay with that. So it shouldn't be that bad. So we'll have to have 2 different buttons, or maybe even 1 button to export both, but it's 2 different, sorry, I bumped the microphone. It's 2 different objects, really 1 array and 1 object, or I guess technically the array gets compressed into a string, so 1 string and 1 object. We can have it so they get exported to the clipboard in 2 different buttons, or I guess if we're always doing them together, we can just put them all as 2 lines in the clipboard. And then it's just paste those 2 lines into the code when we're exporting it. I don't know, but I'm pretty happy with this. It's good progress. I think I'm going to change how we move around. I'm going to probably remove the player entirely and move around axis aligned. So like if I'm trying to do 1 straight line, right? So if I'm trying to do, we'll do add floor, right? If I try to draw 1 straight line here, you can see it's not easy. This is not straight. It's very, very not straight. So if we just change it so we didn't see the player at all, it was just a cursor that we're seeing, probably fairly top-down view, then, well, I guess not top-down view, because it's good to be able to see exactly what's happening. We could manually make it top-down if we want. But yeah, an axis-aligned movement, because then we can make straight lines easily. Now I have to delete all of that. And deleting would also be easier if it was axis aligned. I guess I don't have to delete this really because I'm not exporting it, but it's fine. And even with the wonky character movements, it's really not that bad. And I made that little mistake, but it should be easy to patch in. Yep, good. So we need to have 1 or 2 export buttons. This is like fairly usable at this point. It's just like a kind of like quality of life use of this tool now that I need to improve. But it's usable. It's doing pretty much everything we need it to do. I kind of want to just make a brand new placement or a brand new layout of a different type of shop or something and mess around with that. I mean, what I should also do is like have more types of placements. So we could have a banister or a railing or whatever here. And I guess it's okay that we can't move them. If I want to move something, I'm not sure exactly how I want to handle it, but for now it'll probably be basically removing the parts I want to move and then re-adding them moved over. As long as we don't need to move giant chunks of areas, it won't be that tedious. So it basically means hopefully I just don't fuck up too badly with how I want to have things. I'm not really sure. Oh, also, we might want to do an X and Z adjust if I don't want this on a 0.5 unit grid. And we want to go in between those units, then I might want to have some sort of way to adjust that. We can't also put metadata on these yet. Yeah, let's do a couple more things with the placements. For the placement thing, wherever it is, or add placements, we want to merge some stuff with these objects with stuff that we want to write to it. Which means I might need to do an eval, because how am I going to convert the input to an object? I guess I could do a JSON parse on it instead of eval. Yeah, that would work. So we can write through an object, right, that I want to add data to, and then parse it and then merge the two objects together. Okay, so if we do a JSON dot parse, and if that's just an empty string, does that give us an object or does that give us, okay, it gives us nothing. And if we do an object, it gives us that. Okay. So we'd only want to do that parsing if there's something there. So to get that input, I guess we can default the input to just be an empty object just to be safe. Yeah, let's try to do something like that. Okay, so where we have those inputs, let's have another input. It'll be the last one, I guess. And this is, we'll have a placeholder there, even though you're not going to be able to see it because it's going to have a default value in there. But this is our placement. I'll just call it metadata. It might not be the best name for it, but it doesn't really matter. And then our value that's going to be set by default is going to be that. Right? And then this will be our writer's metadata, I guess. And then when we're adding a placement, we're going to merge this with our parsed metadata. And let me just look at my merged object function. I think if I do merged objects, and we just throw in, let's do like A1, B2, and we'll have another object here with C1, D2. That returns them all merged. Okay, that works. If there's a conflict overriding stuff, I'm not exactly sure which one will be overridden. In theory, that doesn't matter. It depends on what we're applying in that input, right? What kind of metadata we're passing through. If we use X, Z, R, ID, or maybe even Y, oh, we probably do want to use Y here, then it matters. In fact, let's have this. So we're gonna let's call this our. I'm gonna call it our P object, our placement object, right? If I can spell. And then we're going to define that var P object is going to be this. And then for the Y, we don't actually want to use the Y. In theory, we don't even want to use the rotation unless it's defined, unless it's not 0, right? So then here we're going to say our PObject.y. We only want to declare that if our writer.y is not 0, right? So if writer.y, then our PObject.y equals our writer.y. We might want to do the same with our rotation, because in theory, it should allow us to not pass in r, and that should just have 0 rotation on it. I think it'll default to that. I'm not actually 100% sure, so we'll leave that alone. But in the future, I might not want that. ID we'll probably always want, but then here, we're going to then have our new P object. In theory, we can use a different function that doesn't do merge, that merges onto an existing object instead of returning a new one, but it doesn't make much of a difference if we just pass through. Hold on, what was it? Merged objects. If we pass through the one we're declaring, right? So we're using P object as one of the ones in here, but we're redefining P object, then it basically doesn't matter. It's creating a new object, but then resetting it with the one that's using. It doesn't make much of a difference, but I probably do have a function that's like merge objects, and then you don't have to do this, and it uses the existing one. But again, it really doesn't matter. And then this will be our JSON parse of our writer.metadata. I wanted to just check how things get parsed and how unclean I can write my JSON objects. Like, do my keys need to be quoted or not? Let's see. No, we tested this, right? It doesn't need to. Oh no, I didn't test this actually. So let's do A1, B2. Yeah. It needs to be pretty strict. That's a bit annoying. So if I did this, how do they get? Let's stringify one of these and see what that is. Hold on. Right, so there's our A, B, C, D, right? And then if we do a JSON.stringify on that, let's see what that outputs to. Does it need to be double quotes? Because I wrote that basically, but I didn't use double quotes, I used single quotes. Maybe it needs to be double quotes? That's really strict. It's the only difference I can think of. Shit, yeah, it needs to be double quotes. All right, I mean, that is fine and it'll work, but it basically just means I have to be really careful about how I input my metadata up here. I won't be using the metadata most of the time anyway, but I have to make sure that I use my double quotes. In theory, I should probably do like a try catch on it, because I know me and I'm gonna forget to do that a million times, and then it's gonna like throw all kinds of errors and like not be happy with it. Shit. Is there a way to parse our string to add the quotes to the keys before we actually call JSON parse? There definitely is. I have to have some sort of regex. I can probably Google that to find a regex to apply to that string to put double quotes around our object that I wrote automatically. Not exactly sure how good my Googling will be for that, but it definitely exists out there. JS, do I want to parse the string? Parse string, add double quotes to keys. I don't know. All right. This seems like something we might want. Maybe. Okay, so we have this replace that does hopefully that. All right, let's try that out. So we'll call this our var meta object, which is going to be this, which is our writer metadata. All right. And then we want to parse that. All right, let's just see in console. And then we're going to put a string here. And I'm going to be really lazy and dirty about how I do this, and hopefully it doesn't throw an error. But if it does, it's not a big deal. Let's just do A1, B2 without any quotes around them. What? Is preg replace? That's PHP. Hold on. I was like, wait, that's a thing? That's PHP. All right. I mean, the regex should be the same, right? Basically, regex is basically the same across languages. It's just a slightly different syntax sometimes. Yeah. Let's use this. I knew that looked funny. I'm like, preg replace, huh? All right. So here's our regular expression. And then in theory, we can just use this instead too. Well, what's the main difference between these? I guess they're basically doing the same thing. And this is a bit tidier. I don't know why they have so much extra. That regex looks a lot longer here than here. I could be a little crazy though. How much of that do I need to grab? Replace returns a new string, right? It doesn't replace the existing string. I hope. Maybe I should look that up. It should return something new though. Just make sure of that. Yeah, it returns a new string. Okay. Okay, so now we'll get rid of that. So that's our replace. So we want to do our parsing on our metadata dot yeah, I kind of want to, it shouldn't matter, but I want to wrap this in parentheses. I know it's probably not doing anything. I'm like 99% sure of that, but it just feels wrong to replace like that. I don't know. It seems weird because it's like not a key of the object because that's a string. I don't know. All right, so we paste this in and that might be enough. So now if we do the same thing over here to test it out and I do my dirty JSON stuff, A1, B2, yay. Okay, cool. So now when I write in the metadata input, I don't have to be too careful about writing clean objects. Let's paste all this in and let's see if this works. All right, so we'll recall init and now I can like throw in some funky things like with yeah, with like our model and stuff. So if I did something like our model, oh, I need to disable the inputs. That's annoying. Shit. If I did that on the pause screen, it still wouldn't even help, and it overlays on top of it. That's really annoying. All right, so when you're inputting in here, we gotta change the controller, so it disables the controller when this is selected. Oh, god damn it. Well, how's caps lock keep getting there? Our model name. Also, because trying to open up map, is going to be, I should just paste this in. Yeah, let's just paste this in because no fun. Okay, so our model name is going to be cube. And if we put this in here, and are we using, yeah, we're using placement Y now. So now if we set that to 3 and we just click add placement and then we try this out, we have an error. Unexpected token M in JSON at position 1. But that should have wrapped that in quotes, but it didn't. And it broke the tab and everything, so now I gotta refresh. All right, so why did that not work? Let's console log what our writer metadata is and see if that's a string we were expecting. Our writer is this dot writer dot, yeah. Didn't work because shit code. This isn't even that shitty what I'm doing. All right, let's look at what our writer's dot metadata is. All right, so that's a string that I would be expecting. Let's try to run this and see what this returns. And see if that also says unexpected shit. Okay, hold on, what? How come that's not saying unexpected M blah 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 blah? I shouldn't have cleared console too because that had the error in it. That returns an object that looks correct. Maybe it's in the parsing of it? Hold on, why should that matter? Wait. Oh, I'm doing parse twice? Oh, fuck, I'm an idiot. Trying to parse a fucking object that's already parsed. Okay, this is our meta object, right? I completely forgot about that. There we go. All right, we'll have this copied. Let's refresh. Then we need to reinit the editor. Why does this happen sometimes? Hold on. Weird. Okay, I'll have to look into that eventually. All right, so if we call init and then we want to have the metadata, which I don't know if it's in my clipboard anymore, but I can re-put it. It's not that hard. Okay, it is good. So now we have our metadata pasted here. Once Chrome decides to stop freaking out. All right, so that should be, come on, Chrome. It's only once like on initial load and then it's fine after that. Okay, so here let's our placement ID is probably fine. Let's do add placement and see if this works. Well, it's not using the metadata how I expected it. Whoops, not delete floor. I have to change where these are. Delete placements all the way at the bottom of that. Add the placement, or add the floor at Y1. Delete these placements. Okay. And then why is it not using the metadata how I expect it to? I'm pretty sure that would use the cube as, oh, it's not model name, it's just model maybe. Okay. Let's see if this helps. Well, it is using it because it wouldn't be, oh no, maybe not. Maybe I lie. No, maybe not. Okay. Let's do our ID as 0 and see if that works. Okay, so that seemingly worked. Let's change what our model is to an icosphere or something and see if that's actually using that metadata. Yay, okay, cool. That's great. Very, very good. All right, let's move these buttons around because they're like in a stupid order. So like the add floor button and then remove floor button should be next to each other. And the same goes with placements. The add placement and delete placement should be next to each other. Okay, that's a bit better. So, like I was saying before, I think this has all the features that I want. I think for the most part, I guess it doesn't have the X and Z adjust, but other than that, it has all the features that I want. It's still not the most usable thing. It's better than what I had by far. But you know, it's just quality of life improvements at this point for the editor. I want to make a new layout. We also don't necessarily have the best way to export these yet. We can export the room probably pretty damn easily. Let's add a button for that. Hold on, I have a phone call, guys. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Hopefully this phone call's not that long. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. All right, so what were we doing? Inputs on something? I was just reordering the input. Is that all we're doing? That's not super important. Okay, let's paste this in. I don't remember what I did last. Did I reorder them? Oh, I did. I think I already did all this, so we're good. All right. And it works. It works really well. I might want to show that the placement ID has a default value of 31. Not that that really matters. Again, this is just like dev tools and just quality of life stuff that I'm doing at this point. Oh, and I wanted to make a new layout, right? Oh, and I wanted to do exporters for layouts. And I remember. See, these phone calls are so distracting. All right, for the ID, where we have the placeholder for the ID, right? We're gonna say that is 31 by default. Or rotation, whatever. We don't need to set a default on that. Okay, so we want to have export buttons, and then I want to be able to clear the entire layout ideally and just create a new one somehow. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to do that yet, but somehow I want to do that. Okay, so exporting layout. So let's look at how I was doing it here. So I was stringifying the object, which is fine, and I was replacing it so it doesn't have the double quotes in it. Okay, let's grab this. So this is for exporting the placements we're going to do. I am going to do them separate. I could, in theory, merge them into one thing in the clipboard, but I'm going to do separate. All right, so this is export placements to clipboard. It's going to be a very long, large button, but maybe it's okay. And then we're doing that with our layout, which is our game.world.indoors.layout, dot decoded, I think. Game.world.indoors.layout decoded. Yeah, I think that's what we want. That should be fairly good. And then we also want to do another export. This is export room to clipboard. This is like our floors and walls, right? Which still probably need to be improved because right now there's no, I'm not sure how I'm going to do it, but there's no attachment of data for like wall color and stuff and floor texture and all that, color. For the merchants, it doesn't really matter because it's randomized, but when we end up having this similar code for player buildings, it's not going to be randomized. You're going to be able to change your wall and floor. The easiest way, but not necessarily the most player friendly way, but the easiest way is just to have it for the entire indoors building to have one type of wall and one type of floor, and you can just change it to whatever you want for the entire interior, right? However, it might be nicer as a player to be able to change certain walls to different colors, certain parts of your floor to different colors, so it's not all the same thing. I don't know exactly how I'm going to go about it and what interface it's going to be for the player and everything like that, and how we're going to store that data. But it's something we will do eventually. All right, so here we don't need to do a JSON stringify. We just need to re-encode. We need to encode the layout. So if we just did game.world.indoors.room entity.encode layout, that should return the string that we want. So we should just call that. And we don't need to do anything else with it. Just that. All right, let's try those out. That's not what I wanted. I want to do this. And I maybe want to, it doesn't really matter, but I might want to separate this function to have an init function and then a init UI function. So one is just for the UI. But right now, not much is going on inside init other than UI and like 2 other lines. So it's not important. All right. That button's kind of too big. Maybe I'll just not call them export. Maybe I'll just say placements to clipboard and room to clipboard, or save. It's a couple fewer characters, or just make it a wider button. I wonder how close I am, how many characters I need to save to make this fit. If I made it save, does that fit? No. If we get rid of the entire word, okay, that does fit. Placements to clipboard, room to clipboard. I guess that's fine. We don't need to say export. I mean, the button could be big too, or we could just make the button longer Um, it doesn't matter. Sure. I guess that's fine. I guess the order was fine. I don't really care. I'm gonna paste this in just to make sure I didn't break it, even though I manually edited it in the, you know, whatever this thing's called, the element inspect element editor thing. Okay, so now we're gonna click room to clipboard, and we get that string. Very good. Maybe I want to wrap quotes around that string. I don't know, but that's easy enough to do. Placements to clipboard. That seems to work too. That's very good. I am curious. Okay, so these are all replacements. It should be okay as long as I don't have any weird ones outside. Okay, so placements to clipboard. Force reflow. Hopefully that's okay. It's just that it took a long time. Hopefully that's the only issue. So then that would replace this bit here, right? So then we would have placements. And then let me just paste this in and look what's going on. All right, so I think if I'm looking at this right, I hope I'm looking at this right, we can do an array here like that. Is that right? It doesn't seem right. No. No, that's not right. That's not right at all. The value, the keys are right. Wait. Keys aren't even right. What did I do with placements? How did I fuck that up? Because the way it gets decoded is... Hold on. Did I just inverse... What am I doing? That's not right at all whatsoever. Is there a layout? Oh, am I doing layout decoded? What did I put there? Shit. Yeah, that's not what we want. That's our room. Okay. We don't want to stringify that. We want to stringify our game.world.indoors.layout.placements or something, which is the one that we should be updating, I think. Indoors dot... Is it just dot placements or is it layout placements? Probably layout. Yeah, dot placements. That seems correct. So then let's test that out real quick. If I add a placement here, right? Let's look at that. And then we have that icosphere, right? And then if I remove that, let's just test that out. Yeah, I just used the wrong object, so I can't remember anything I'm doing. Okay. So in theory now, I might want to also replace all the spaces in there because they shouldn't be... Well, they're necessary inside quotes, but other than that, they shouldn't be necessary. So I may have to be a bit careful about how I select that. But some sort of regex to replace them outside of quotes might be good. All right, so that's our game.world.indoors layout placements. That should work. So now if we put this in here, and then we recall our init function, and then I'm going to test room to clipboard again. Okay, that works. I'm going to do placements to clipboard. Okay, that's better. And now if we go to this object here, so it already puts in an array. That's great. Okay, so we do placements is that, and that should be the same thing as everything down here other than like my little notes and stuff. But now that we no longer have to manually edit this really, it should be okay. Yeah, it all looks good. I wonder if the R values are needed. I definitely want to get rid of them long term. Right now they might be necessary, but if the rotation is 0, it shouldn't need to be getting passed through. And then we were talking before about ways to compress this. I just don't know if it's worth it, but in theory for the X and Z, so let's do this one here. Let's see how much of compression this would be. So if we made this into an array, and this one has no metadata attached to it whatsoever, which would, our metadata in this case would be Y. And then like if we were to model, that would be another bit of metadata. But if we just did X, Z, rotation, and ID and just assume those all the time, right? For this one, it would be, let's get rid of this, be 5, 6.5, 0, and 22, right? So this is 12 characters versus 21 characters. I mean, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good amount of compression. So you might want to do that and just assume, those will be the first 4 lays. And then if we do want to do anything different with like Y or something, it would be like that, which is also going to end up using more characters than it would have in this. So the compression won't be that great. It's not going to be like half the size. So in this case, let's just compare these. All right, so this would be a difference of 21 versus 28, which is what we did before. Is it worth it? I don't know. Occasionally the compression actually might even make it larger, but like in very rare instances, I don't even know if that's true. I don't know if it ever would, but depending on what you have to pass through, potentially it shouldn't though. It should be fine. So yeah, we might want to compress this eventually, but it's not too bad. Like for this entire room, let's see how many characters it is. So for this entire room, it's almost 1,400 characters. Right, and those are, each character is a byte, correct? So that's about 13 kilobytes. Am I doing that right? I'm not sure if I'm doing that right. No, that'd be if it was 13,000. That's 1.3 kilobytes, I mean. Yeah, about 1.3 kilobytes. It doesn't work out to be exact because, it's not 1,000. It's 1,024, so it's a bit less. But 1.3 kilobytes per layout, that's not bad. I mean, with people's internet speeds nowadays, I mean, with the pandemic, they might be a little bit lower. But in general, 1.3 kilobytes, I think I'm okay with that. I mean, yes, some layouts will be much larger, but 1.3 kilobytes is not a lot. I mean, people will download megabytes and megabytes of files. My textures are probably much larger than that, even though they are being compressed somewhat. Although they're lossless compression, so it's not a whole lot of compression, but there's some amount of compression on them. I think I'm not going to worry about compressing these layouts yet. Compressing the room, that's like a huge reduction. That's like a tenfold reduction, almost. But the placements, I can't compress those as much. All right, so this works. I need like a little placement cursor, but other than that, and axis aligned movements. But let's try to make a new layout, I guess. I need more types of placement IDs and stuff to handle, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Also, since I don't have buttons for different types of placement IDs, I just kind of have to memorize them and know what each one's doing. Maybe I should have like a list here, like a little cheat sheet of what the different IDs are, or just have buttons with proper labels. So I can say placement ID, what were you doing instead of add placements, place, floor item, place rug, place table item, place shelf item, that kind of stuff. Place staircase, place NPC, stuff like that. I also think the NPC, I don't think we fixed that, so I think the NPC will keep getting added. Oh, it is resetting. Oh, because we're clearing our entities. However, and I think, is that working? Are we adding our placement? Yes, it's just an icosphere. Why is it still an icosphere? Because this never got updated because it's on change function. Game.world.indoors. Wait, is it? It's not that, is it? It's our game.indoor editor or some shit. These fucking objects are so terrible. This thing. Let's look at what this writer is set to. Right, so the metadata is wrong, and I can't actually edit this for some reason. So it won't do an on change because I can't update it. Okay, did that count as an on change? No. I mean, I can manually change the metadata on it, but I don't know why it's not updating. It could be because of me reinitializing it so many times in console, and that's bad to do. I hope that's the reason. It's pretty weird. Let's change the metadata to just be that. Program ID of undefined. What the fuck? Because I set it to 0, so it was expecting a model maybe? All of these were not the right values. I guess because it needed to be reset somehow, and I guess when we initially create them, it doesn't reset them in a init. Maybe we should be resetting them in a init. Probably should be. Yeah. Yeah, let's reset all of this in the init function. Let's give it metadata by default as well. What else should be reset? Maybe the R value. What else? The ID rotation. Yeah, let's do the ID as well. So when we call init, things won't get so broken, but we have to refresh anyway because I broke it. Okay. We got to figure out that weird bug that happens. It's very strange. All right, so let's initialize the editor. And then let's just try to do an add placement. Okay, so that works. Let's do a delete placement. That works. Let's change our ID to 24. I don't want to do too much here. Chrome is always freaking out on the initial load for some weird reason. All right, so this should give us a double shelf placement. Yes, okay. All right, so this basically works. I do want to do a layout. I don't know if I have time for this stream. I have to do some stuff off stream. I'm gonna try to change our layout real quick. So if we reset this to a new array, let's see if that's okay to do. Yes, okay. But can we add placements? Yes, good. All right, that's very good. So we can do a similar thing with room now. Let's make sure we still have our door. We do. Okay. So now our layout dot layout decode it. Let's make that a blank object. And let's add a floor at Y1. Update parts. Oh fuck, my inventory. I accidentally changed my inventory item to like a hat, and the player tried to wear a hat that I couldn't wear. That had nothing to do with the layout. All right, let's try that again. Okay, let's try to clear a layout, and then I'll make a shitty little layout, and then I'll probably end the stream. I want my thing equipped to be this. Okay, let's clear our layout again. So this should fix all our placement issues. Let's init the editor. Let's do, I guess we're deleting a placement. Chrome is always freaking out for the first 30 seconds for no good reason. It's better than it used to be, but it's still pretty bad. Okay, so that gets rid of all replacements, and then we're going to do a similar thing with our layout, decode it, and then go to delete floor. Hopefully this works. Well, I guess, let's add a floor. What is, oh, because of my thing on my inventory. Okay, so this is working. So we can design a little room. Now, obviously, placing these bit by bit is a bit tedious. It'd be helpful with the cursor. It'd be helpful if things were axis aligned, but it would still be placing things block by block, which is still tedious. So what I will hopefully add, which I tried to add before, but then it wasn't working with the village editor, is to click on one place, hold shift, click on the next corner, and it fills in everything in between. That's something we definitely want. This isn't the worst thing in the world, but it's definitely pretty shit. Because depending on the size of these, they can get pretty big. In theory, what I could also do is change like my brush size. So we set a larger area so I can walk over fewer tiles and set more tiles. That would be an alternative. I can't get the shift thing to work. The shift thing's nice because it'll allow precision, right? A brush size, a larger brush size will be less precise, but that doesn't really matter. That only matters on the edges, not for when you're filling stuff in. I kind of do want to do a brush size thing. I mean, it's not the worst thing. I mean, I've made this whole area and it took what, like 20 seconds, 30 seconds. So it could be worse. Making straight lines is like the hardest part, which is why if we just change the player's movement or the cursor movement or something to be axis aligned, it will help a lot. We shouldn't need console open really. That's what's nice about these editors is I can look at the game nice and big and I don't need console taking up so much room, which is nice for streaming as well. We really shouldn't need to touch console much at all. Now, it'd be cool, like, so eventually we want to have like museums and stuff, which is going to be interesting because we don't have the right placement IDs to have like museum displays, but to have different like hallways and stuff would be cool. Just hallways in general. It doesn't have to be for a museum, but something I want to test out. I want to do lots of different things to test this out. I want to have lots of very cool, intricate, complex layouts. Yeah, this is obviously like shit. Like I could have gotten this done in 10 seconds if I could just click on one corner, hold shift, click on the next corner. It'd be done in seconds. This is taking like minutes. But we will see. And even if we change the brush size, you'd still have to clean up all the edges and stuff, which would be a bit shit. So the whole shift click would be ideal. It's just that for some reason when I programmed that last time, it didn't work. I don't know why. Whoops. Yeah, I kind of want a randomized seed function, which in theory can maybe be updated by changing my game.world.indoors.seed depending on how often, where that gets updated. Because if it's automatically getting updated to the correct seed in like a buffer function, then this won't work. Welcome back, cow. Game.world.indoors.seed. Let's just add to that and see if this makes a difference. Yeah, it does. Cool. And it should retain that. Okay. So then that should also work for our placements. Whoops, my cursor is set up too high. Yeah, that's the annoying thing is the cursors are different for floor height versus placement height. So maybe we'll change that. It won't be too difficult to change. All right, so now let's change. Let's see if the seed is using that as well. Yeah, it is. Cool. But they don't update. So on the update function, we want to rebuffer the placements and the room, because now, yeah, the room's a different color. Okay, that's really cool that we can update the seat so easily, though. I had to go get McDonald's. Okay. All right. So now in the init thing, we're gonna also have like a randomized seed button. I should build a function to make this a bit cleaner, but I don't really care. So this time we're going to be changing our game.world.indoors.seed. And then we want to update the room and the layout. Okay, so now we have a randomized seed button. Cool. Oh, that's nice to have. I like that. I should have done that with the existing layout, but it's okay. I'm probably not going to do anything too much with this layout this stream. I'm probably going to have to get going soon. I know this was a bit of a short stream, but I started so late in the day. Maybe I'll come back later tonight. We'll see. I don't know how long I want to do this for. But it works. It's pretty good. We just have to make it so we can add to our floor much more quickly, because right now it's super duper tedious. Is that a different height? Yes, it is. You have to go. Aren't you in quarantine? Yeah, but I still have work. I still work from home. I still have to make money, and I still have a life. I still live with my girlfriend. And I actually am supposed to go out somewhere today. Because I have to pick up toilet paper because it's so hard to get, and my aunt has some. And I have to get that for me, and then I have to also drop it off for my parents and stuff. So I have stuff that I gotta do today. Yeah, I'm in New York. It fucking sucks. There's like, I think like, I think 20,000 people in New York died or something already. It's insane. And they think like 14% or something, or maybe 20%. They did like the antibody testing, and like 14% or something of everyone already has had it at some point. It's like, it sucks. It's like the worst place in the world to live right now. But that's life. Okay, I'm just fucking around here. I'm probably not even gonna save these layouts. Hasn't had a new case in 6 days. You're lucky. You're very lucky. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I think like in New York State, I think I try not to look at the numbers too much because it's so depressing. But I think like over 200,000 people have had it, maybe even more than that by now. I could be a little bit wrong in BSing my numbers, but I don't know. I'd have to Google it. How do I look that up? NY state number of COVID cases, something like that. Yeah, 272,000. It's fewer deaths than I thought, unless this is out of date information. It's 16,000 deaths, which is still way too many, but I thought it was higher than that. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah, I had vacations planned. It was so like I was gonna go up to Maine, this May. That got canceled. I was gonna maybe go to Ohio as well in May, but that got canceled. It fucking sucks. But at least as of right now, I'm healthy. So I don't know. I don't know what it's gonna be like. Try my best. All right. I don't know. If I'm gonna keep streaming, I have to at least go to the bathroom. So I was gonna do that after the stream, but come visit you. I don't even know. Are New Yorkers allowed to go places? Some places aren't allowing New Yorkers into their into their borders. I'm gonna take a quick 2-minute break to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. What do I want? I mean, I would like to build some nice layouts if possible. I wonder what our ID for Windows are. I think they're like 5, but I'm probably way wrong. Maybe they're 10. I think they are 10. Let's try that. Our placement ID, set that to 10. Let's click add placement, and then this should, yeah, that worked. Okay. Cool. Obviously it's not rotated the right way, and it's not on the wall, and it's below the ground and all that. But if we tweak these values, I should be able to do something like that. Well, that's way higher than I was expecting. Yeah, the interface is a bit wacky, but oh, and I can't I can't place it here because it's still doing that absolute value, which we don't need on placements. We just need that on rooms. It's been so long, I don't even think you know about my new job. No, probably not. What are you doing? All right, so then for the placements for the, not the floor placements, but for like the entity placements, we don't want to be clamping those values. So we probably just want to recalculate tile X and Z entirely for those. You joined the army? Oh shit. That's crazy. Are you enjoying that? That's not something I would ever do, but that's pretty cool. I hope you're enjoying that. I guess that's why you have limited Wi-Fi and stuff. So like, do you have to? I don't know what it's like there, but like here the National Guard is doing a bunch of shit with like the whole coronavirus stuff. Do you have to like do stuff with that? I don't know. I mean, you're not, I guess, National Guard, your other part of the military, your army, but like, I don't know. I don't know how all that works. Well, yeah. So does that mean Cal like basically? I don't know what any of this means, right? Because I don't even really know people in the army. I knew somebody, but I don't. They live in Texas now. Um, like, oh, you don't have a National Guard. So does the army have to do stuff with the whole coronavirus? But does that also mean like you have slash will have to like actually like go like to like the Middle East and shit where like because like I think Canada's still doing the whole war on terror thing, right? So like, are you gonna have to slash have had to go to the Middle East and actually like go to war and stuff? Because I mean, I guess like to me that sounds like awful. Like I'm like that sucks. You shouldn't have to do that, but you know, uh, you I suppose want to be doing these things. You pulled out of that a long time ago. Okay, that's good. Well, it's still all scary to me, but be very safe. I mean, I guess right now, if Canada's not doing crazy war stuff right now, it's not so scary. But obviously, if that were to happen, that's your job, and you have to do those things. To me, that's terrifying. But I guess that's what you signed up for, and that's what you want. You're new, so you want to do that. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how any of that stuff works. How new are you? When did you join? So how do I think I probably want to have right click be the remover all the time, depending on what you're placed on. Because it's a pain to do this. Although if I had a cursor, it'd be a lot easier to know if it was in the right spot. Is there no value? Oh, there is no value for that. It's like offset. Huh. Oh, probably because of how I'm setting this. Yeah, so I want to leave it so it is being multiplied by 2 and then divided by 2. Right? This times 2 divided by 2. So we get those half unit placements. Oh, so yeah, you did say that, didn't you? You said that. Yep, since September. Sorry. 6 months. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Still be safe and careful because to me that still seems like a very dangerous thing to do. Okay, there we go. That's the right window placement. That's pretty cool. It'd be nice if I had some sort of top-down interface and I could drag them around. I could maybe do that still. But it's not too bad how it's currently set up either. Combat roles are only a small part of the military. Yeah. But still, like, what if you had to do that, you'd have to do that, right? Like, you don't get a choice, really, right? Like, if shit hits the fan and they tell you got to do all these terrifying things, you're in the military, so like, you just got to do whatever the fuck you're told. And World War III popped off, yes. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's different in America because America, it seems like we're always in war, and even though it's obviously not as bad in the Middle East as it was, 10 years ago or whatever, I'm pretty sure shit's still going on there for the U.S. military and all that. So, but even just now, like, you probably answered this, and I probably read it and forgot, but like, yeah, you might not be at war right now and stuff, but since you're part of the Canadian Army, right? Like, you're gonna have to help out with stuff with coronavirus, which is great. I mean, I'm assuming you'd have to. I don't actually know. And you might have said in chat, I'm terrible at reading chat. I mean, that's great, but it's also scary. Like, I want you to be safe. Huh? Those windows actually work really well together, with no gap. That was completely unintentional. If we bring that gap down even a bit further, maybe there. That's a bit weird. I can do quarter placements as well, though, to not have as wide of a seam. But that wide seam is actually not bad. That's kind of cool. That was entirely unintentional. Now I kind of want to stack them and see how that looks if we have them at like an entire wall of them. So let's delete these. Let's bring our Y down to, let's see if this is too low. Yeah, it's too low. If I have half plates in some of these, it might be a bit better. Oops. Okay, that's right. And then I don't know how tall I'd have to go. Oh shit, it also deletes them in the wrong order. Hold on, I know I gotta read chat too. Everyone is a soldier first, but in a more planned operation, my job is communications, and I'd be farther back doing command related stuff. Okay, that's good. I mean, that does seem really cool. If the whole like not like possibly dying thing, if that wasn't a thing, I'd be like interested in joining the military and stuff. But it's too scary because they could tell you to do whatever you want. And it's probably worse in America, but I've heard lots of like stories of like when they're like trying to recruit people, right? Like they'll tell you a lot of, maybe I shouldn't be saying this stuff on stream because people hold very strong values about this kind of stuff, but like I've heard rumors of like, they recruit you and they tell you, you can do these things and it's not dangerous. You could just do like, technical stuff, but then you end up joining and then like you're basically under contract to do whatever role they tell you to do, and you can't always do the less dangerous stuff and all that. So it's all too scary for me. I'm just a big baby. It's very brave of you, Cow. All right, so I want to stack these windows, but it's really hard to do correctly the first time because it's all tweaking values that I don't know what they should be. So that would be, I don't know, like 3 units up from that. All right, kind of, but they don't align. If we did half units, it would maybe work. And that's too far. Yeah, I definitely want to have like right click be the deleter. And this one would be 2. All right, I mean, that doesn't not work. It actually is like the perfect height too, because it starts right at the molding and it ends right at the molding. Stacking them vertically is not nearly as good as stacking them horizontally, but it's not bad. You got that nice glow through there, all the particles and stuff. It's kind of cool. Yeah, but I mean that sucks, Cow. I mean, I get that it's necessary, but that makes like if I personally knew someone like that was thinking about joining, I'd be like, no, fuck that, because I don't want you to die. I mean, I'm probably I know it's like not the right viewpoint to have, but I'm just a big scaredy cat. And I know it's probably really not that dangerous if you actually looked at the numbers. I'm sure very few people actually, die. Just to me, a big one. All right, double windows is cool. Yeah, if they didn't have the ledge, yeah. Only for vertical stuff, right? Horizontally, the ledge is actually good, right? It's just vertical, which we don't really need vertical. And maybe I'll just have a, if we're going to do a really tall window, I'd just have a different window model that is meant to encompass the entire floor to ceiling thing. Which I do eventually want, probably, because eventually I want to have greenhouses. So the entire wall will be covered in stuff like this. What is going on there? Is that... Oh, I probably didn't... Yeah. For that rotation, those are drawn backwards, those particles and stuff. Fuck. It doesn't matter so much. Kind of, kind of does. All right, let's look at where I was doing that. That's for where we're offsetting these things, which I'm doing that with. Oh, this is a bunch of shit code. That's off of this guy, which is okay. We're doing sine and cosine based off the rotation, but it's backwards. Right. I always hate figuring out which direction these have to go. All right, so we know that they're by default correct on the front and back walls. It's the side walls that are wrong, but if I start changing them, they're going to start being wrong. All right, I have to be very careful about how I do this. All right, so we want to have at least one on each wall. Let's do another rotation here. Whoops. I think in the US there's like 8 to 10 people in a support role for every one on the front line. I mean, yeah, I'm sure it's not as bad as I make it sound. It's just, you know, like I said, I'm a scaredy cat, and that kind of stuff is not for me. All right. I hate calculating these rotations. In theory, we want to inverse this part and then maybe inverse other parts of it too. I don't know. Let's just see what this does. So then I have to go outdoors and indoors. Okay, did that fix it? Also, it didn't save my room placement. It's only saved my it didn't save my floor and stuff. It only saved my these placements, which is fine. It kind of makes sense. All right, I think that might be correct though. I think they're all facing the right way now. Yeah, okay, that wasn't too hard. I just had to inverse it. All right. My platoon in basic training had like 20 people quit in the first week because they joined as clerks thinking that's all they'd be doing. Are you allowed to quit like that? I didn't think you could quit that easily. I thought like once you like signed your contract, like you're stuck. But maybe it's different in Canada. Okay, I guess I'll do a brush size, even though we'll probably do the shift placements too, but brush size is something that might be okay. And I guess I want them to be square. It shouldn't be that hard to implement. Famous last words. Yes and no for quitting. All right, so for adding floor and for deleting floor, we want to have a for loop for this. For all the tiles. And then we're going to buffer after that based off our brush size. Okay, so for var, we shouldn't be using x already. So we'll say x is 0. Maybe if we want it to be centered with the player, then it'd be negative and positive. Negative brush size. Do I want to do it this way? We'll just have it so it's off center because I can't think of a good way to center it with 1. X is under brush size. X plus plus. I need a new keyboard because it's terrible typing with this one. I'm so much slower. But my old keyboard that I prefer decides to type random characters. You have to fill out a voluntary release form, and it gets reviewed by a bunch of people. And you have to go through interviews and shit. You can't just quit because you feel like it. You need at least a little bit of a reason. Okay. Well, at least so you're 6 months in, right? So you probably, hopefully, are pretty like certain that they're not going to be like, oh, you actually have to go do this. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be that bad right now anyway, because there, I guess, no real frontline fighting going on in Canada, right? Because you're not really at like a major war right now with other countries and things. So right now it wouldn't matter, but either way, 6 months in, like, are you pretty confident that like you have the role that you have? All right, so we want to loop through this. We want to loop through X and Z. Let's just define brush size here as a test. Var brush size is going to be 3. And then we want to add to our player's position, I guess, or any of these. I guess we'll just add it here. It shouldn't matter really where we do it. With our X and Z values. Maybe I should call this brush X, brush Z, but it doesn't really matter. And then we're going to add with our writer, and then we buffer at the end of the for loop we're adding. And then we're going to do the same thing for deleting, except instead of setting the value, we call the delete operator thing on that. Which is why it might be a bit silly to have 2 different conditionals for this. We can just flip what we're doing just on this line, but it doesn't really matter. It's all dev code anyway. I wouldn't be opposed to it if it did happen. I won't even be starting my course for my actual trade until probably September. Okay. Well, as long as you're happy with what you have, I am happy for you, Cal. All right, so now we have a brush size of 3 set. So if I did this, what do I have in my, oh, and I need to move by half units, that's right. All right, so that works. It's actually kind of cool, but we don't want that. We want the brush to be connected. So we need to go into this, and we need to move by half sizes. I guess we want to divide our brush size by half then, and we want to move by half units. Either that or just use half of X and Z here. Either thing would work. I don't know what I prefer. I guess we'll do it this way. It makes no difference really. Oh, I need to do that in both places, don't I? In the add and the remove. You just shovel and lift stuff right now. Are you like super fit now? I don't know if you were before anyway, but it sounds like good exercise. Cow is super duper ripped. All right, that's way easier to place and remove things now, changing our brush size. Let's go to delete floor. Yeah, that's so much better. It's still a little bit difficult to be super accurate with this. If we take off all the inertia on the player, so you stop, on a pinpoint, and also that you move axis aligned, just those 2 improvements will be very, very good. But this is so much easier, and this is a fairly small brush. We can make our brush way bigger than this. All right, so we need to edit our brush size as well. So we need to have that stored in the writer. And then we could edit the brush size in one of these values here. After basic, I was more fit. then I went on Christmas leave for a month and lost it all in just 1 month. Um, Now in quarantine, I'm not doing anything. I lost it all again. Okay, well, yeah, that's like I would have thought that the army would be doing a lot with the quarantine in Canada since you don't have a national guard. I would have thought you'd be very busy with, I don't know, whatever the hell they're doing. Like I think in America, I don't really know what they're doing in America. I think they're like delivering food and shit. Our National Guard, I don't really know, but I've definitely heard of them helping in some way with the whole pandemic. All right, this brush is so much better. This is pretty good. It's pretty easy to make these layouts now. Oops, I'm on delete floor. Aren't I? Oh, because my Y is that. Okay. Yeah, so we still need a cursor. We still need to tweak a few things about it, but it's pretty good. So, ooh, I have an idea. I don't know how this will look. Let's delete some of these placements. It'd be cool to have multiple stacked floors. I don't know if I'm going to do that, but it would be cool. It'd be really hard to implement probably, but one thing we can do, even though it won't actually really go anywhere, is if we, I guess I want to add a floor here. Let's cut this out and let's add a staircase here and see what this looks like. A staircase to nowhere. Whoops, cut out a bit too much, which is why the cursor and the inertia and all of that would help a lot. Oh, I want to change my brush size now, but I can't. All right, I'm getting distracted. I'm not really doing this the way I should be doing it, but I'm basically just playing around with this tool at this point, but that's okay. All right, what is our stairs ID? 25. So if I change my ID to 25 and I go to add placement, let's see what we get. Okay, not bad. Let's delete that and let's bring our Y down to, I think, 0. And let's go to add placement again. I think we want that one more unit in. And then we want to bring that up on the Y. Whoops. Yeah, that works. It's pointless, but it works. Oh, there's some weird clipping too, but that's okay. That clipping is actually only because of how I decided to place those in a kind of stupid way. Why can't I delete those now? Why no delete? Okay, I got it. We'll have to like highlight things based off like where they are and stuff. Okay, that got rid of the clipping. The way it works here, we have something called OP laser, which is a pandemic response operation. And certain units will be on 12-hour, 24, 48-hour standby. If any local governments require assistance, they put in an application for it. Okay. So you could be part of that. Could you be called as one of those units? Or, well, I guess you can't because you're not trained enough, I guess. You're nobody right now, right? I mean, I think that would be cool to be able to do, other than the fact that there's a virus that you can get. But like, you know, I wish I could help people, especially since I'm in New York. I always wish I could do something to be helping people, but like, probably the best I can do is just stay home and not spread it if I get it. But you know, it just fucking sucks, everything. All right, so we want to be able to change our brush size. That is going to be one of our inputs. Going to create an input for brush size, and I guess I want it, I guess after delete floor, because it'll apply to, yeah, but it'll apply to just floor stuff. It won't apply to placements. So we'll put it right here. And this input is for our writer brush size, and that's our value. And we want to default our brush size over here to, I guess, 0. Not 0. I guess 1 will be our default brush size. It might be better actually to have buttons to increase and decrease brush size, similar to how I'm doing this display. I actually am posted it to a unit, but they were taken off later because they're doing a mission soon, so I don't want them getting it. So if you're in that unit, you're doing a mission soon, that means? You're on OP Lentis, which is flood response operation. So if you're in that unit and that unit is doing a mission soon, that means you're doing a mission soon. Or am I completely misinterpreting that? Not you, unfortunately. Okay. Well, I guess that's because you're new, right? I guess. Most people, but some stay back. You're not good enough, cow. Alright, so this will work. I kind of wish I just had buttons for increasing the brush size. Maybe I should just bind them to keys like plus and minus. But this will work fine. Where's the brush size one? So this is our brush size. This is our brush size here. And this default one is 1. And then as we change that, it changes our writer's brush size. And then when we have brush size down here, we want to set the brush size to equal our writer dot brush size. We really don't even need to have it stored as a separate. You know what? No, it's fine. We'll do that. So let's just make sure the writer has a brush size. I guess we'll re-init. Yeah, we'll init this. This might throw an error because I'm still in the editor. Unexpected token. Why is it not like that? Oh, whoops. There we go. Then we just want to recall init. I know I gotta read child. Do it in a second. Okay, so now we have brush size here, which is defaulting to 1. And if we, I guess we'll do a delete. Okay, that's size 1. And then if we set the size to, I don't know, 5. Yeah, that works. Cool. All right, so that's going to make this a lot easier. We just need to change our player's movement and show a cursor, and then this is like more or less so done. Local disaster response I am qualified for, since that's just delivering food or filling sandbags. But overseas operations, there's a bunch of stuff I need before I can qualify, which I don't have. Main thing is being trade qualified. And you won't really, well, I guess the communication stuff is September, right? So is that all part of it? So you won't be ready basically until September, or even when you start is September, not even when you're ready. Or is that just for the communication stuff and it's other stuff that it would be instead? Well, okay, well, trade qualified and your trade would be communications, right? Okay, so you don't start that even until September, probably. $18 So from now until September, you just like do fucking nothing. Well, I guess it's not nothing, but you just, well, like you said, you just move shit around, right? Just lift stuff up and move it for the next however many months it is until September. That's quite a ways. And what were you doing before this, Cow? You were doing like your professional stuff. It was programming stuff, right? I feel like I want to say something, but I feel like it's wrong, so I shouldn't. Were you working for a bank? No, that's not you. That's Sergeant Surge. I was working for a bank. I don't remember what you were doing. It's really hard to delete these stairs. I don't know where the hell I'm supposed to be standing. Why is it so hard? It's just the stairs too. Like the stairs have a weird placement on them. Okay, I got that one. So it's like off to the right or the left, I guess that'd be. I don't know where it is. Oh, I got that one. I guess it is just in the center. It just doesn't feel like it is. I don't know. You did security, like physical security, not like digital cyber security. Is that what we're saying? I knew the game dev stuff was just a hobby, but I thought like you did other programming type stuff. But I guess not. All right. Well, security and army, that's probably not too big of a jump, right? Both like very physical things. Even though you're doing communications, it's just less physical. Okay, yeah, I kind of do remember that now. I like how this stream has mostly just been me walking around, fucking around with the layout. I'm the worst streamer. But I mean, I'm making gradual improvements. I don't know. This stream is at an awkward time for me and like time of day, so like, not very motivated to do a whole lot of intense programming. I prepared for all the ancient systems that the army still uses. That's going to probably be terrible and make your eyes bleed when you find out all of their stuff is using shit from like 1982. It's bad, yeah. I would expect it to be. Okay, so I can't place this far to the. This is our corner, right? So we can't place anywhere or any floors at least this far to the right or this far forward. Um, I think that's okay. We'll end up when it's the player editing the house, we'll end up having like some sort of border to show you that. Um, and probably some sort of max size. Right now there is no max size. We can make this as big as we want, but for the player, there probably will be a max size. But we do need to be able to move the door around. Right now the door is fixed in place. And computers are running Windows 10. Probably not a good thing. Windows 10 fucking sucks. I hate Windows 10 so much. I just realized the chat thing's a little bit too far over. Is it not showing the ellipsis there? I can't tell. Oh, because that's the full message. I'm a fucking idiot. All right. I want to make a layout, but I don't know how. It was hard enough to make the other layout. I think I just have to like do it relaxing off stream. But we have a tool that works pretty well. I can fairly easily place these things down. I guess the one other improvement that I need to have is not having to memorize these fucking IDs. Oh, I hate Windows 10. It's so bad. It's not great. Okay, you should have seen me struggling some previous streams with trying to do shit in Windows 10. I fucking hate it. I hate it. I can't even begin to communicate how much I hate Windows, just in general. But Windows 10, apparently, not that I've really used a lot of others, but chat is always like Windows, whatever, I guess 7, whatever. I think it was 7 is the best. I think Guinea Guy was saying that. And like he's still, I think, I could be misremembering, but I think he's still using Windows 7 and he won't upgrade. Or no, he had to upgrade, but he tried not to. I don't remember. But I fucking hate it. Like, I was trying to just everything is just wrong about it. And like it should be easy to install, but apparently the way I install it, like there's like permission issues or some shit. Even though like when you're installing an OS, especially one that's used by, it's like a mainstream thing. It's not like I'm installing Linux, which is actually easier for me. Like it should just be basically like a one-click thing. Wait, do you want to do WebGL again? Will you have time for that? I don't think you'll have time for that. I mean, I guess with the whole quarantine, I guess you do because you're not doing as much. You can do some WebGL stuff. I'll help you. I can help you write shit code. Made a little Webpack plugin that auto converts PLY files into JSON. Oh, that's cool. Is it somewhere published, like on GitHub or something, so I can look at it? Maybe I'll use that instead of my shitty tool. What's a Webpack plugin? I don't even know what that means. What's Webpack? I want to build museum layouts. That's what I really want to do, but I'm like so not ready for that because we don't have the right entities place. Okay, I guess what I should do so I can build a better layout, probably off stream, is not have to memorize these IDs, right? So for some of these IDs, we'll have buttons for. Let's make an array of IDs with names, and then we'll just loop through that array to build buttons for them. All right, so yeah, like here I started to do it. I guess this might be kind of so I started to do some shit here, right? So we can loop through something like this for the different buttons. I'm a bit afraid to loop through this because I don't trust this one though. Because that's old code and I probably changed stuff since then. Why is that not folding? Because of how I spaced this out. Oh, it's annoying. All right, so we're gonna have our merchant layout IDs, but in this case, it's gonna be should I just overwrite it? Are we using this anywhere? I don't think I'm actually using it, so I'm just gonna overwrite it. And I don't think I want it to be an object. I think I want it to be an array, so it's easier to loop through. Yeah, because it was already basically an array. My keys were numbers that for some reason started at 1. Because that's what the ID is associated with. That makes sense. All right, but I don't think I want to do it that way. I think I want to have this, and maybe I'll just have it so the ID, it's just the ID and the name, just in an array like this. So like 10 would be our wall. You just set up Webpack for it. It's a bundler. So I just write my TypeScript. It auto compiles it all bundles into game.js, then does other stuff like copy assets, generates the HTML files. That's pretty cool. So it's basically like a compiler for, I guess in your case, TypeScript. I would like to do something like that. So then but like, do you have to like if you're editing files, do you have to so like what I like to do, right? I like to just save and then, well, I like to do it in console a lot, but if I'm not doing console, I like to save and then refresh, and then save and whoops, pressing the wrong things. Save, refresh, save, refresh. But if you're like doing all this stuff with Webpack, it needs to be compiled. So really you'd have to save and then recompile and then refresh. Like it'd be an extra step, or can it like automatically recompile each time you make a change to a file? Because I would like to do something like some things like that would actually be really nice to have. Because some areas I'm doing things more manually. Watches for file changes. That's really cool. Maybe I should use something like that. Especially because in theory then I could have separate files on my end, right? But have my compiler merge a lot of files together. Because I think that's part of the reason why my web workers are slow and shitty, because using import scripts is really slow and shitty. And I don't know if doing, I would think hopefully fewer but larger files is better than doing more, many but smaller files. It might actually end up being about equal. It might just be a whole size in general thing. I'm pretty sure Finlet would be shipped by now if he would have started with build tools. The build tools won't fix the shit code now. But yeah, I should be doing that. I'm not sure about that, to be honest. How do I get started though? I just gotta Google, like, I don't know. Do you have to use TypeScript, or could I do it with vanilla JavaScript? Because I'm not ready for TypeScript quite yet. Be operating at peak efficiency. Yeah. I mean, I'll start if it's not too difficult. I can use vanilla. All right. How do I do this, Cow? What do I Google? Do I want to Google Webpack or no? JS compiler? I don't think that's what I want either. I don't know what to Google. Compile JavaScript online? No. JS Webpack compiler. This is happening. Well, I mean, I'll at least look into it. If it's not so, what I would, I do things in baby steps. So it'll be like I move little bits and pieces to work with it. It won't be like I convert the whole engine or anything, the whole game. But what I would start out with definitely is, if it's not too difficult, I would have it so in my like chunk builder file. This is a web worker, right? And it loops through a ton of files to do import scripts on, because I like to edit them in separate files. But when it's compiled, ideally this would hopefully be one file, and hopefully that's okay to do, and hopefully that speeds things up. I don't actually know if it will, because as I was saying, many small files might be just as bad as one large file, but you would think maybe one large file is better. I think the overhead on just calling import scripts is high, and if we only have to call it once on one large file, it'd be a lot better. So ideally, we would have it so we'd have import scripts once in one giant file, that everything in here basically will just append into one file. It'll grab all the contents. how outdated the tech I'm using is. Yeah. I mean, I'm a shitty programmer. What do you want? I've been trying to get WebGL going. I basically do 2 hours worth, then have to sleep 7. How's it? Post a screenshot or something, Dragon, of what you have. I'm curious. When I watched your stream, I think I didn't catch it live. I think I watched the past broadcast of it. But when I watched your stream, with those like balls moving around with the like pixel, the 16-bit pixel city thing, was that WebGL? I don't remember. Import library? What import system are you using? Import library? Well, import scripts is built into JavaScript. Like, that's native. But what I would like to do is, I don't know how compilers work, but I'd like to write some sort of custom thing, right? And it doesn't even need to, I mean, I guess I could just write this in like PHP if I wanted to, but the only issue with that is I'd have to do it manually each time. But I can grab file contents and string of, actually, I guess I could, no, I could do it in PHP. But basically I want to grab all of these files in this array, get its contents, and then import scripts it's vanilla in web workers. This is a web worker file. Yeah, it's not vanilla on the main thread. It's only vanilla. It's only built into web workers. That was, and I have a zillion projects. I work on that one that interests. I work on the one that interests me, so nothing seems like work. Only WebGL example I have uses 3JS, which doesn't count. I mean, it counts a little bit. Especially if you don't need to build your own engine. Although I think we talked about this before, so yeah. So it's basically the equivalent of like calling when you normally import your scripts. You do script source that shit, right? It's the equivalent of that, basically. Except you can call them later on. They don't have to be on load. That's the only real difference. But you can't call this in a web worker, right? Because that's like HTML. You can't do that. So I was also thinking, I was curious if I instead did, even though I'd probably have to run eval on it, which would suck. If I instead did what's it called? The way I'm doing my shader loading. Hold on, I can't remember the term for it. I'm blanking. What is that called when you do that like async loading thing? Why can't I remember? Where's that function defined? I don't even know this would work in a web worker, but this thing where you do these, there's a name for this. I just can't think of what it is. But I might try this eventually where if this is better than import scripts, which it probably isn't because you would think the native thing would be best. But if this were better, then I could do something like this. But I think this would return it, I think, stringified, if I recall correctly. So you'd have to like end up doing eval or something on it, which I don't really want. Yeah, I want all. Yep, that's what I want, Cal. Because the importing is slow. If we logged how long it took, it like takes like literal like seconds, not even like a millisecond thing. If we here, I can probably do this. How do we log this? We can do. It's best to use that performance thing, right? That's a more accurate way to get time. All right, if we did something like this, and I'll leave these alone, I guess. I'm mostly worried about these bits. So if we did a start time, right, and then we logged what that time was, just out of curiosity, probably get rid of this log. We don't need that. All right, Kyle, thanks. Maybe I would even, I guess I would, if it worked, just do everything together. I'd still, I mean, I guess if it did it automatically, that'd be even better, but you'd have to write to a JavaScript file. How do you even do that? Like, you would need some sort of, I guess it'd be lower level language, right? Because you can't create files or write to files in JavaScript. But I guess you install something that does it for you. I really don't know. All right, let's see how long this load time takes. So I'll have to refresh. And this will return in milliseconds. You have to install Webpack. No, I don't have Node.js. Unexpected token. I guess it didn't like me doing that. Oh, because I have that plus there. All right, let's try that. I shouldn't even be, okay, hold on. Is that really that bad? Hold on. I gotta open a new tab. I think it like freaked out for that one. Also, I guess I don't want to really return this in milliseconds. I probably could have done this differently, but let's just, so milliseconds, 1,000, right? Let's just multiply this by 1,000 and return it in seconds because it's a lot of milliseconds. I may have to do that again. It's hard to log this actually, but okay. What am I doing wrong here? Well, it's saying it's negative a bunch of seconds. Hold on. So that's returning in milliseconds. Is it Oh, we don't. Let's just do. Fuck this. Our start time is performance now. And then we're doing our performance now minus our start time after we load it, right? So that's how long it took. And that would return in milliseconds. Oh, start time minus now? Really? How did I flip those if I was using that before? Is that... No. Really? No. You'd want the newer time. The newer time is... You'd want it to do now minus start time. I'm like almost certain. Alright, I'm just gonna do a... Let's just get rid of all this shit, because maybe it's fucking with it. This will have a lot of decimal points to it, which is kind of shitty, but whatever. So do I need Node.js to do this shit? Are we still waiting on it? Yes. Okay. I don't know why these values don't make any sense. Is there not 1,000 milliseconds? There's definitely 1,000 milliseconds in a second, right? Right? Why is it returning such bogus numbers? So you can see it's taking a long ass time. Is performance now not like allowed in web workers? To run Webpack, yes. But I don't need to actually use it, right? It just needs to like be installed, divide by 1,000. Oh shit. Why am I so stupid? Yeah, you're right. What the fuck? Why was I thinking I should multiply it? Oh man. No wonder the number is so fucking large. What would that be? What's 1,000th of a millisecond? That's like less than a nanosecond. All right, so it takes 12 fucking seconds to load them. So yeah, long ass time. And I'm pretty certain most of that overhead is coming from import scripts, not like loading it, just like the overhead from calling import scripts, not loading the actual files, if that makes any sense. So in theory, if I had some master file for maybe just one for all models and one for all subentities and just basically appended them all onto each other, that would help. Because like if we look at load files, it's a lot of files. It's not an insignificant amount. It's 34 files in this one, and there's only 5 in this one, but there's 34 here. So we have 39 files that we're loading that I'd like to put into 1 or 2. And you know, I could think of ways to do it fairly manually. Like where at the very least I'd have to export it every now and then. I guess I couldn't easily do it in JavaScript, but I can do any sort of language that can read file contents. So I could do it. I don't think you could do it with JavaScript because it would interpret it as JavaScript. It wouldn't read the actual raw characters in the file. I don't think. I'm not sure if there might be a way. If I did my load file function, this might load the raw characters inside it. But either way, I can use like PHP because I can easily read file contents and then loop through them and then, you know, append them all together. You didn't notice the long load time. Well, it happens for me on I think both my machines. I mean, it might be not super noticeable. I know 12 seconds sounds long, but that if you already clicked your world and stuff, that 12 seconds is continuing through this whole, you know, animation of loading all of our shaders in and stuff. So it doesn't feel, you know, as long perhaps. I am curious if I did this load file thing. Hold on. Let's try this out. I don't even remember how I have this function set up. So what's file? Files. So it's doing an HTTP request get. In theory, if it's doing plain text, it could read raw JavaScript that way. I mean, I'd still have to manually export it, but in theory, JavaScript might be able to get the raw file and then append them all together to me in one string that I can then paste into a file every now and then. So if we did load file, I guess I want to do load file main. Whoops. We'll do it for models. I don't know, what file do I want to load? Let's look at what we have in our load files. Load files at 1 was one of them. Let's do it in 6, I think. What is it? What is it under? Why can I not remember this? It is load file 6. Why is that not defined? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, it's not camel cased. Probably should be camel cased. So it's gonna be our sub entities, and then we'll just do our default one and see if that loads stuff. So we're gonna call load file for sub entities /default.js. And then I think there's a callback function attached to it, which I'm not going to do anything with. I just want to see if this throws an error. Let's see, what is function data? I passed the data through. I guess I could write a quick function that just is going to console out log the data. It's going to be our data. I think this will work. I just don't know if it'll work with the JavaScript file, but I think it should. What does it do? Huh. Does that work? Cool. Having used strict in some of these will probably break that. We'll probably have to parse those out. I had to go to YouTube because Twitch was crapping out. Okay. Hopefully it's not me and it's Twitch. I wonder. So, I mean, it'd be kind of shitty to do this, but in theory, if I could run eval on this, right, and it would run the code. This is probably not a good way to do this. But that's our stringified version. And if we ran eval, it would run all that. So in our web worker, if this is faster, instead of using that import scripts, it shouldn't be faster, you know, because like one is a native function. One is like a shitty hacky way to get about it. But if this worked and it were faster, do I really want to do eval though? I mean, that's kind of a bad practice, but in this particular instance, maybe it wouldn't matter. No, it would matter. It would matter kind of a little. It'd be a little bit too exploity. I know a lot of times the exploits don't really matter because it's all, what's the right word? Opposite of server side. Why can't I think of it? Front end, I guess. I don't know. I thought there was a different word I was looking for, but exploits like that don't really matter as much. But since we have multiplayer, I have to be a little bit more careful, because if there's a way to send a message, it shouldn't matter a whole lot because it would have to go all the way to the web worker, but it gets it from the main thread, which then gets it sent to the web worker. Yeah, client side. Is that what I said? No, yeah, front end was what I was saying, but client side is what I was looking at. Thank you, Dragon. I just couldn't think of it for some reason. Yeah, so it'd be a little bit shitty and exploity because in theory you can send through any JavaScript, but already it's a bit exploity, I guess, because we're running import scripts. Yeah, it should be fine actually, because we're forcing the folder on it. So it's not like we're not allowing anything through. If we were allowing anything through, if we were doing this, then if you can manipulate this data, which in theory you might be able to in through multiplayer, I mean, you shouldn't be able to, but if there was some sort of exploit, then you can load any file from the internet onto the other players, which you wouldn't want. It'd still be very difficult. First of all, just manipulating data, and then also getting it from the main thread to the worker thread. But I want to be a little bit careful. All right, so in theory, let's try doing a load files, and I guess I'll run eval on it. I wouldn't think this would be faster, but I guess you never really know. So we'll do, I guess, the same exact thing here. I do want this to be synchronous though, and I'm not exactly sure. It'll probably be more asynced. Yeah, it would be pretty asynced, wouldn't it? My default import scripts is synchronous. This would turn it into asynchronous. It might not matter that much because we shouldn't be sending or receiving data until we run this init message. That's on message. Where do we send the message for it? Somewhere we should be sending a message saying it's init. But whatever, we'll do this async and just see what happens. I don't even know if this will work. I don't even know if you could do this load file thing in a web worker. Do you have anywhere to download the source yet? Just frontlet.com, where you can look at the files. Yeah, not really. I mean, all the files are on frontlet.com, but it's not like in a folder where you can just download it now. Should I do that? Should I send you that? I could try. How could I guess I could put a zip of it in on the server. I guess that would work. I'll have to do that soon, cow. All right, let's see if this even works. Load file. If this doesn't work, I could at least build a script to load the files on the main thread to spit into one giant file to kind of manually paste in our appended file. All right, but we're going to run this on load file with that value there, and then our return function. This is our data. I guess I should space this out a bit better. And this is very asynchronous, which is a bit scary. Because it's probably going to start trying to do things before it was ready, but we'll see what happens. All right, so what if we just run eval on this? How bad will that be? Let's see what this does, if we get errors or what. Is it still like that on the server? Oh, shit. Oh, it's annoying. Does that mean it's broken on the server? Can you not play? God damn it. I don't know why that one file is giving me issues. I manually fixed it before. I changed the permissions on it. I shouldn't have clicked that yet. But I thought I fixed it, but I guess I didn't. That's annoying. All right, and then we have issues with undefined, not constructor, null shit. Does the server build not work? Oh, god damn it. I broke it again? Fuck. Oh, it's so annoying. All right. I can go try to grab my laptop to fix it. Is it important, Cal? Should I go fix it so you can do whatever you're trying to do? Let's run this bit of code for both of these instead of import scripts. And I still think this should call right away because I'm pretty sure this is asynchronous, but I guess I don't really know. So be under models, load files 1. It's not important right now. Just wanted to play. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know how I managed to fuck that up so badly. All right, so you can see now these load times are like less than a second. Really like less than 1/10 of a second because it's all asynchronous now, so it's going to just not run through these, right? It's not going to wait for their turns. However, running eval on this is not working. Reference error model count is not defined. Oh, because it's asynchronous now, so it doesn't fucking shit. I mean, having it be asynchronous is good because it'll load them all at once at the same time. It's kind of what I want, but at the same time, you can play. Is it? Let me check the server build. Maybe you gotta do a hard refresh or something. I don't know. Because Dragon said you can play. It's always load. It's so weird. It takes so long for it to load when I'm have two instances of the game open. All right, let's see if the server build works for me. I have an incognito window open, so it should not be using any caches. You would think. So far, it's loading. Yeah, maybe you gotta do a hard refresh, Cal. I don't know. You test that incognito window too. That would probably help. What is your machine now? Because now you're like, on the military base or whatever. Do you have like a not as powerful machine, so it's not gonna run this well? Like you're on like a little laptop. All right, let's see what happened. Do we have the permissions issue? Yeah, we do. Yeah, I don't know why that one file keeps fucking up the permissions. I gotta fix that. I got a laptop. It has 1060 Ti. It's pretty good. Okay. Yeah, shit. Sorry about that. The fuck? Why does it do that? I'm gonna fix that right now. It'll still be an old, outdated build on there. It's still like a week out of date, but it should only take me like 2 minutes to fix. I just gotta go get my laptop in my bedroom, um, and change the permissions on that file, and it should work. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, guys. Okay, I'm back. I think I didn't test it out. I just changed the permissions on the server, so I'm gonna test it on my desktop now. Um, do a hard refresh if you're testing out, you know. I don't know if it caches those kinds of things, but just in case, do a hard refresh. And hopefully it's working now. I changed the permissions on it. I don't know why that one fucking file has the wrong permissions. I think it's working now though. Yeah, okay, so it's still gonna be a slightly out of date version on the server. I think it's like maybe a week old, maybe a little bit less than that, but a lot changes in a week for me, so it'll be slightly out of date, but there you go, it should work now. Okay, so since this is all asynced, everything's fucked. Some of this should be allowed to be asynced, I think. If we look at what's going on in these load files, I think in fact, what if we wait to do eval after? What if we put them all into one giant fucking array? This is terrible programming, but put them all into one giant array, waited till they were all done, and then ran eval on it. Or better yet, stringified the whole fucking thing. And could you do that? Would that work? I think that would maybe work. Because you could declare things out of order as long as it's the same file, right? Is that allowed? Right? Because if you do like, no, maybe you can't. Maybe you can't. No, you can't. That's bad. So it's still, we need to run eval on the right order for them. Damn it. So how do we keep the index on it? Because if we bind something to it, it's going to get rid of data, right? How do I have this function know what iterator it's up to in the callback function? Because normally you can do bind, right? And you can bind the iterator to it, right? Like that. But wouldn't binding... Oh, maybe it wouldn't. Would bind overwrite that? Or no, it wouldn't, because it would just go to... I don't actually know. Maybe binding's okay. Pass the index, but where do I pass it though? How do I do that? Because I can't do it here because I'm defining the function here. So that's no longer passing it through. That's the like argument for the function. You know? So I would bind it, and I think that'll work as long as it doesn't overwrite data, which it might not. I think binding might work. It'll definitely work as long as it doesn't fuck up the argument getting passed through to it, because the bind would be under this. So I think it'll be okay. But for some reason I was thinking it overwrites this, but I think it'll be okay. All right, so we're gonna bind the file to it, and then in here, instead of evaling it right away, we're gonna try to do this asynchronous. Try to do this synchronously. So we're getting the files asynchronously, and then at some point trying to figure out if we have all the files, and then doing something with it. It should not be used to iterate over an array where the index order is more important. For what? For in. Oh, for in. Okay, I see this thing. You want to use of? It really shouldn't matter, but I could do that. I know that's what Mozilla is saying, but I know the reason why they're saying it, but for this instance, I don't think it actually matters. It's just that since it's treating it as an object, you can do weird shit with it. But in this case, since I know it's an array, it should be okay. I'm not saying iterate over an array. I think it's just because you could do weird shit with it, because arrays are also objects. But maybe you're right. Maybe I should do of. So then what do I have to change about that? That returns the file itself, so it doesn't return the index, though. No, I'm going to keep it as in, because I want to have the index. I think the order will be okay. because as long as it returns the correct index, even if the index is out of order, it's fine because we're not using it until later on. It's okay if this goes if it loops in the wrong order, as long as the index is correct. Yeah, it'll be fine. This doesn't have to be in order actually, because we're not doing anything with the data until later on. But thank you for letting me know that and checking on that. I think it'll be okay. How am I getting that index? So it is an array. So if we look at this, right, it's an array of files, right? Even if this is out of order though, as long as it returns each one, I think it's okay. Even if it did animations, then tree modeling, then static modeling, then plant generation, that doesn't matter because it's already loading them asynced anyway. We just want to have all that data and tell it what order it came through in, and then do it in the right order afterward because it's already asynced anyway. All right, so here we want to like push all this data to some giant fucking array of strings. This is probably not going to work, by the way. This is probably wasting our time, just so you know, because how likely is this going to be more efficient than the native built-in function into JavaScript? Not very likely. Although I will say it is a little bit more likely because since this is asynced, it can load more files at once, right? It can load a bunch at once instead of one at a time. And since we have HTTP2 enabled, at least on the server, I guess not localhost, that doesn't matter. Yeah, this will actually be probably pretty different localhost versus on the server. It's so weird that import scripts would even take time localhost because it's just reading a local file. It's not like we're downloading anything from the internet, but for some reason, it's slow as shit. I know it gives the keys, but shouldn't it be okay? I think it'll be okay. I don't want to do of because if I did of, right, I guess I can do I of length. I can do this instead if I really want to. For var I is 0 because I want to have the index. I is under this dot length. I know I need to get rid of the beginning of that. I could do this. Would you guys prefer this? Will this make you more comfortable? It's just longer. All right, I'll do it this way. And then this would be our I. I can name it file too, it doesn't make a difference, but this is our load file 6 that we're looping through. For each. Oh, I don't know, I never used that. I forgot that existed. That exists in JavaScript. I completely forgot. I don't know. What's the fucking difference? That's a thing you can do? For each? How do you use it? I don't know how to do that. Can you even do that in JavaScript? I think you can, but I don't know. Maybe you can't. I don't know. You can do for var in, right? You can do for in or for each. Is it like in here? Like you would do I each something? Weird. Oh, array for. All right. I don't know. But this is fine. It doesn't matter. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this because it's not gonna fucking work. It's not gonna be more efficient. I don't think. If it were, that's great, but I kind of don't think so. Okay, so we wanna. I guess I want to have a function that checks how much data it has. So it's gonna function. I shouldn't be doing these all globally, but at least it's in a web worker, so it's not on window. It's on self, which is a little bit better. It's a little bit at least modularized into its own little web worker. All right, so function add file, I guess I'm calling this. I don't know. And then we're gonna have the data and the index, and then we want to push those into our loaded files, I guess. This is such a stupid way of doing this, but if it's faster, then it's okay. Maybe I'll write this cleaner eventually. Now our loaded files we want to push. Do we want to push? No, we don't want to push. We want to set at the index. our data. And then we want to check our load file length. Can we do that? Can we easily check the length of somewhere we're manually setting the positions? Probably not. We can do like an object keys length. I guess that might be the right way to do that. Should I make this? What's the best way to do this? Yeah, I know you shouldn't, but I'm doing it for a reason. All right, we'll do it as an object, and we'll set the key. So we'll say this as our file, and then underscore at the index. Okay, and that's our data, and then we'll check our object key length to Can you make an array length one that is only indexed to 20? Yeah, I don't know what the length would return. I think the length just doesn't work anymore because it's converting, since JavaScript is really stupid and everything's an object. Like literally everything is an object. Your arrays, once you do something like that, it basically converts it into an object anyway. But I'd rather have a better key like this. I don't know. JavaScript is stupid. All right. Is this a good idea anyway? Probably not. All right. So we add our files. And then I guess at the end of this, we want to check if it's the last file that was added, and then we can run eval on all of them in a certain order. So if object.keys, how do we do this again? Is it this dot key? I forgot how to do this. It's object like this dot keys. I haven't done this in a while. All right, can you? It's not just like this, right? Is it? No, it's object. Yeah, maybe not. How do we do it? Object dot keys. Okay, thank you. Couldn't remember the right way to do that. And then we want to do the dot length out here. Thank you, cow. All right, so if that length is these two lengths added up, I guess this is stupid, but whatever. We can clean it up another time. I don't even think this is going to work. I mean, there's a chance it might work just because this is asynchronous, so we can load more files at once, but I don't know. In theory, what I should do instead is just have all the files in one big file maybe, and then import scripts won't be as bad anyway. All right, so we're adding this to our object, and then if our object key length is our total length, then we want to do something. Right now I just want to check time, I think, on this and see how long it takes. So if this is working correctly and I'm pushing this correctly, which we're not actually using this function yet, so I'd want to do add file data, and now that I'm doing it this way and I'm calling it this way, I can maybe use I instead of binding it, right? Will that work? Am I doing that right? Or is that's a callback function, so that won't work? That won't work because you can't do a callback like that. Instead, you have to have a function here that calls it within it with the data that it needs because of the way callback functions work. Okay, so then we want to call add file like that, and we want to do the same thing up here, and then let's just see what happens, I guess. I don't know. I wish I could. I guess I could. Oh, look, they fixed it. Guys, they fixed the fucking issue with Chrome. You can scroll through this list now. For fucking months, they stopped it. They made a bug in Chrome where you couldn't scroll through this list, and it was really shitty. They finally fixed it. But in theory, almost every one of these threads for Chunk Builder JS will have it, so I can console log some stuff like our loaded files and the object keys of it and all that. All right, I'm glad they fixed that though. That took them fucking months. Fucking Google. No one uses debug tools. Well, clearly, because they didn't fix it. I guess nobody reported it. I don't know. Well, especially, not many people would probably use this because it's mostly just for threads, right? It's for extensions. I guess technically are running on different threads too. But, 95% of people, 99% of people probably are just going to be on top. Okay. So it should console log when it's unloading, and I don't know if I did this right. So let's look at one of these chunks, these chunk builders, and look at our loaded files. Okay, so it has things. That's good. Let's look at our object keys length on that. Cannot convert undefined or null. Oh, whoops. I want to do the entire, I'm stupid. The entire loaded files. For some reason, I did that stupidly because I wasn't paying attention. Okay, 34. Let's also add these up and see if this equals 34. 39. Huh. Either it's still loading files, which it shouldn't be. It shouldn't take that long. Or I did something stupid, which I probably did. All right, let's just refresh. All right, let's look at this again. So that's 39, and this is 34. So it's loading 34 files, but I think we want 39 files. Oh, of course, because it's overwriting some because we're using the same iterator for these. Okay, that makes sense. I kind of wish I just tested just one of these then. It'd be a lot easier to do it that way. But okay, since we know this is... Okay, so in theory, we can just add to this iterator. Yeah, based off how many are from here. So we have, I think, 5 files here. So if we set our I, the one that we're adding to it, so we just said this plus 5, I think. Right? Because we're starting with this many. Those ones, do we do those first? Yeah, we do. Whoops, I made that wrong. That's 5 of those. So the index would be 4, correct? That's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we set our index to be 5 here. That should work a lot better. All right, let's try that out. I just realized I can make console logs pretty with CSS. That's all debug tools I use. Yeah, I mean, that's what we're doing here with that load time thing where I made this pink. That's the CSS console logs, CSS stuff. But it's kind of a pain. I don't like the syntax of it. It's a pain to use. Okay, so that actually is showing our load times, and they're like really good. We're not running eval on it yet, but if I'm looking at this right, yeah, they're like real good. They're less than a second, and before they were 12 seconds. This might be a great thing. I mean, I'm not doing eval on it, and that's obviously going to take some computational time on it. So if we did them all right, then at the very end we want to loop through them in the right order, and we should have loaded files and then a key for file underscore 0 to 38. I think we can look at that load files. Right, so yeah, we have 0 to 38. So if we had a loop now, how do I just want to like define this somewhere. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I want to call these things. I'll just not declare it yet. And I'll just keep referring to this long sum. But we want to do 4 bar. I guess we'll use J because we're all using I. J is under this big number here. J++. And then we want to run eval which is a terrible thing to do, but if it's faster, then it's faster. On our data, which will be this at J, let's see what happens. I mean, I think the eval will be pretty computationally expensive, I think. But it should make it synchronous. What did I break with my syntax? Hold on. Why is this red? I broke something. What did I break? And when did I break that? Oh, it's got to be something. I think. No, it's something up here. What did I fucking break? Is it not like this semicolon? Oh. Okay. All right, so this new load time will include the eval on it. And I'm expecting it to be definitely slower than it was before, but okay, still has issues. Some of it might be because if we're doing, I wish I knew which files this was on. Maybe I can do a try catch on it. Because some of it might be due to those files having use strict on top. And if you run eval on that, it might not expect that and know what to do with that. Maybe I shouldn't be doing it this way. What's a good way to load a JavaScript file and run it as JavaScript when you can't? How's the right way to do this? And also, like, why can't I think of the term for loading these things? There's a word for it. Like when you load these async files using like these, I could probably just Google like XML HTTP request or something, or ActiveX object or something. Bundle it, meaning make it all one giant string file to eval on instead of evaling them separately. I could, I guess. But the use strict still would have to be removed, would it not? Or, okay, what do you mean bundle it then? How do we do that? I don't want to use eval. I mean, it's a shitty solution. I just want to know if it's faster than running import scripts. But if we can instead have it so it interprets the file as JavaScript in the right time. Let's look at what the hell's going on with this file. So this should be, I think all of this I'm scrolling through is an eval thing. I don't know if it's multiple files or one file. I can't actually tell this easily. Hold on, let's click on this again. Right, so it's in my static file, it looks like. So we can look at where this is. Yeah, it's in my static model file. And why is this complaining? It's probably because there's one use strict at the top and it's making everything use strict, and not all my files are use strict, which I could fix these. I can, if that's the reason, I can manually go through the places where I'm not declaring things as var and fix those. And it would help with all that shitty stuff that I have going on with global scope. Yeah, because this particular file, I could remove all use stricts and that would help. That's the really shitty solution. I do want to know if that's what's breaking it though, and I'm guessing it is. So we can parse that string to remove anywhere that says use strict on it. Hold on. So where do I have something that says use strict? Yeah. So I can parse that out of everything. Will you guys kill me if I do that? Is it just like replay? How do we do it? How do you do this on a string? Is it just but why would that make it use strict just because it's on eval, which is making it on window, which is making it on, oh, maybe it won't be as bad then because it's on self. And if I got rid of the use strict on self, which is the web worker version of window, right? Extra thing, really? I don't think so, because that file works. I don't think it's an issue Well, other than that, it's like you strict breaking it, but that would be in a million places, so I don't want to do that. Where would that extra one be? Anyway, what line? You mean over in the shaders file, which I don't even have open anymore? I don't think it wouldn't be that file anyway. We can just try to get rid of ustrict here. I don't know if there's a reason why I want that on the web worker specifically. Like maybe web workers require it. I don't think so though. All right, let's just see what happens. Wait for those files to load in. See, but it seems to be taking longer than it's saying it is because, yeah. Oh, now they're back up to 11 seconds. I guess because now it's actually running eval on them. Shit. All right, well, it doesn't matter, Cal, because it takes just as fucking long. Which is a bit surprising because it's able to load the files themselves async. So it's the execution of the files that's slow, but why? Why? We can put them all in one big file, but I don't think that's going to help. It's the actual execution that's slow? I'm confused. How could it take 12 seconds to execute a JavaScript file? It doesn't seem like it takes that long on the main thread, just the worker threads. Why is the worker thread slower? Hold on, this is in chunk builder. I wanted to see if the game loads at least. How big is it? Like the file size? Probably big. Well, some of them are big. I could try to tell you. Let's see if this loads. But the file loading isn't the issue. It's like, so maybe it's like doing eval, and maybe use scripts is basically eval. Molt is not defined. Okay, so we still have issues with this. I don't fully know why. Maybe because it has some ustricts being evaled on it. I'm not sure. It could be. I don't know. But it's not what I want. Fucking JavaScript, man. Shit. And if I wrote my files more correctly, which maybe I could, I can do this. I can actually run eval on them asynchronously. I don't think that would help much anyway. But yeah, certain files can be asynchronous. It's just a couple that need to be, declared before. And then I can run probably the bulk of them asynchronously. But I don't know if that'll help really. Okay, so the next solution is to eval all of them into one giant fucking string. I highly doubt this will help anything whatsoever. All right, we want to do a replace on that, right? We'll do that use strict replace. The G thing shouldn't be necessary, I don't think, unless we did it at the very end where we could have more, because G is like every instance of, right? And there should only be one instance of use strict per file. Also, I'm probably maybe using single quotes. I'm not sure. What's a file that I'm using ustrict on? I think I'm doing single quotes. Wait, what did I do wrong there? Oh, there's a space, isn't there? Yeah. Yeah, I am doing single quotes, but that's easy enough to change. It'd probably be best if I had a regex thing that will use any type of quote, but it doesn't really matter because I'm pretty sure I'm using single quote everywhere for ustrict. So we want to append this to a giant fucking string. This is not going to work at all. This is a waste of time, but we're just going to call this our eval string. And then we're going to eval one giant fucking thing. This is probably a bad idea. And we probably will still get these errors with stuff not being defined, but that's a ustrict thing probably. And now that we're removing that ustrict, maybe it'll help. but it's still gonna take a lot of seconds. Also unexpected. Okay, I broke that somehow. Maybe. Right, so we want to like have some sort of spacing, like a new line in between those. Is that why it broke though? What is that object? What is this? Is it? Oh, I'm not waiting. Oh no, I am waiting for it to be done. It looks like it was like appending it in the middle of the string, but that shouldn't be possible. We're waiting for it to have all the files first. I'm going to. Maybe it's the replace thing. Could it be? Did I fuck that up somehow? Let's not replace it for a second. And let's also like append some like stuff to it, like a new line, maybe before and after. Although before shouldn't, either one should be fine. You shouldn't need to do both. All right, let's just see what the fuck that does. Again, all of this doesn't matter because it's still going to take 12 seconds per load per worker. It's just weird because why doesn't it take 12 seconds on the main thread? That's my confusion. Yeah, it still takes 11 seconds. That's what I don't get. I mean, some of the files are big. I guess I can try to get you a file size of like our biggest one, which I probably could compress a little bit, but our biggest one is this, and it's gonna be fucking huge. It even takes Sublime a while to load it. This is our main big file. I guess I could try to log how long just this one file takes, and then if I compress it, then maybe it'll increase our load time a lot, or decrease, I guess, our load time a lot. Should probably change that currently working on thing at top, but whatever. All right, I'm just gonna tell you the maybe I should. I don't even know how big that number is. Hold on, where would the comments go? 7 million. This is our mod. This is like the majority of our models, so I think it's 7 million characters long, and each character is a byte, right? In a JavaScript file because it's just a text file. So, what does that make that? Is that, I don't know, a large amount? I could look at the file, I guess, in File Explorer. I just hate Windows. That would be here, and then it's under, I think, main, I think. And then static, I think. Wait, where is it under? Or maybe it's under models static. All right, so it's, yeah, almost 7,000 kilobytes. So that's basically 7 megabytes. We could have a couple others, like this one's like about 1 megabyte, but we should have like basically one 7 megabyte file, one 1 megabyte file, and then all the rest should be much smaller. It's just storing model data, which we can compress quite a bit. I can compress that a lot. I can probably get to be less than half the size. So I guess if it's just due to large file sizes, it's just weird to me that I'm pretty darn certain that the main thread is not taking 12 seconds. The main thread's fine. It's the worker threads that load files differently or something. I don't know. And the weird thing is it loads the file. It's the execution of the file. So it executes the file fine as well on the main thread, which makes me kind of think that import scripts behind the scenes, all it's really doing is loading it and then running eval on what it loads. It kind of seems that way. That import scripts is basically a very fancy load and eval function. And there's no way in load file to load wherever the fuck I have this. There's no way for it to be loaded as like JavaScript and execute it as JavaScript directly, is there? Still not even necessarily what I want, because it would be, oh, we could force it to be synchronous, I guess. It would be async by default, which kind of sucks, but I could force it. I could wait for each response. But I don't know if I can do that. If I change the content type, will that help? I don't even know what the content type is for that. It's like, is it text/JavaScript or something? HTTP header JavaScript content type text/JavaScript. Yeah, there's other weird things that are popping up, like text/JavaScript, which is what I expected, and then but there's other things you can have through with char sets and stuff. I don't know what that means. But there's JavaScript plus module, application/x JavaScript. Actually, application sounds better. I don't know if these do different things or they're basically all do the same thing, but you would think application/JavaScript is more like an executable, but I don't actually know. Well, all right, what is the difference between all these? Some MIME types. So this is saying which ones pass and fail? I don't understand all this, but I guess this is just trying all the different ones and see. This is basically just a test to see what gets accepted into browsers, I guess. I guess that's what this page is doing. It's kind of weird web page that I found, but text/JavaScript is what I would want. I'm gonna call this I'm just going to redefine. I know we can pass something through to this function, but I'm just going to redefine this file function as load.js file, I guess. I know this is shitty, but it's a test. I wanted to load it and execute it. Maybe I can Google that. Now, this is going to be very asynchronous, which sucks, but I don't even know if this will execute or what. Let's get rid of... I don't think it'll execute it. Let's get rid of this. So we're just adding the file to this, and then we can at least log what's in loaded files. I probably shouldn't be doing this. This is probably all waste time. I don't know how many hours I've spent on just this little bit, but it's probably waste time. We can try, our next thing could be trying to stringify the entire thing, putting it in its own file, and then doing import scripts on it and see if that helps. Okay, so let's look at our loaded files. And if it executed those files, which I doubt, it looks like it still grabbed them as strings. So I don't think this will do anything different. I don't think it's executing those. So we're going to get a bunch of errors. If it executed them, that's amazing. No. It's doing much. No, I was going to say it's doing much better than I thought, but it's not. I mean, it didn't break entirely, but the worker isn't doing anything because it doesn't have those files loaded. Okay. So how can we execute something that we're loading in without running eval on it? Is that even possible? Probably not. So the last resort is to have one giant string and put it in its own file and run import scripts on that. But it probably will make no difference whatsoever. So we just need to get that string. So we're not going to run eval on it. We're just going to console log it, I guess. I don't know. What did I break here? Oh. Hopefully that's going to be a giant string. Hopefully it'll be okay, because it should like cut it off for me and then have that little bit at the end that says copy, and then hopefully that's okay. I could also no. I can have a button, but it's on a web worker to send it to the clipboard, but that won't work. All right, so we're gonna console.log this and hopefully it doesn't break the browser because this is like a multi-megabyte file string, multi-megabyte long string. It's like 10 megabytes or something. I don't even know if Windows lets you put that much in your clipboard. Okay, it's 18 megabytes and it worked. 18 megabytes in my clipboard. All right, so we're gonna make a file. I guess under, I don't know. If I had a better folder for this, it'd be good. Well, let's go into here. Maybe I'll make a new folder just for this called workers or something. How do we do that? I right click anywhere and click new folder. I don't know how to do this in Windows. I'm too used to Mac. New folder. Yeah, I think. Okay, we'll call this workers, and we'll call the file. How do I make a new file? This is why I fucking hate Windows. I can't just make a new file. I have to like do it this way. It's fine. All right, so this is 12,000 lines long. I probably want to get rid of all the use tricks and everything. It kind of seems like it might have cut it off, but maybe it didn't. Maybe it's fine. Yeah, it's probably fine. Let's find all the use tricks, I guess. Oh, there are some double quotes. Shit. Let's do a find all. Is that working? Hold on. Okay. Let's save this under the workers and we'll just call it import.js. It's freaking out. I guess Windows/Sublime doesn't like saving a file that big. Why? What's working so well? Okay, there we go. Oh, because it put syntax highlighting on it because it's a JS file now. We don't want syntax highlighting. That's too slow. Okay, so now we can get rid of all of this. I mean, this is still going to be a manual process to occasionally export that whole thing, but this is under workers import JS. I don't think this will help anyway at all. And then we're going to log our load time here, and let's just see what happens. Pretty sure it's still going to be 12 seconds. Import scripts. Is this some weird like file permission shit in Windows? Folder permission, file permission bullshit. Import scripts on worker global scope. Script at blah failed to load. It's workers. Okay, maybe I put it in the wrong. Maybe that should be right. Right? Yeah, it should be right. Workers import.js. So it's like a permissions thing maybe. I don't even know how to do that in Windows. I can't just set like, you know, like it's like 644 or whatever. It's read only. That's fine. I fucking hate, and then you get all this weird shit. That's why I prefer Mac. Oh my god, it's so much better. All right. I'm assuming it's a permissions thing, but I don't actually know. But why else would it not get this file? Oh, okay, never mind. Guys, ignore me. I'm being really stupid. All right. I mean, this is still going to take 12 seconds. But if it doesn't, that'd be kind of nice. It's still a pain in the ass not to have it all be one giant fucking file to export. Okay, it took 10 seconds instead of 12 seconds. So it cut off like probably like 1 second, maybe at most 2 seconds, but I don't even think it was that much. Because these are like the high 10 seconds and before probably the low 12 seconds. So it saves us about a fucking second. All right. Good to know though. Good experiments. Let's put everything fucking back. Let's undo the last 2 hours of work or whatever it was. All right, back to what we had. This works. In theory, some of it has to. It's not necessarily the file size, but it's weird. It's the execution. So even if I reduce the file size, as long as reducing the file size would actually probably increase execution because I'd be doing some stuff where it's stringifying things. It's just weird how it's not doing it on the main thread. That's the part I don't get. So we basically know now that these bits are about 18 megabytes. So it's a lot. It's not insignificant. It's just very strange that the main thread handles it seemingly much better than the worker threads. But I don't have a solution, and as far as I can tell, it's not the loading of the data itself. So it could be 18 megabytes of data, that's fine seemingly. It's all the shit that I'm calling within there, all the functions that need to execute in those. It's not really a file size thing. It's the execution of all the model data and everything. Now, in theory, I can try to figure out which ones are taking longer to execute. If it is the models file, in theory, I can change how I'm creating new models and only run, it probably is mostly the model file. Only run certain functions of that when they're needed. Because like right now, it's like calculating bounding boxes and everything for the model. So I guess that would take a long time. Yeah, you know what? It probably is mostly that. It was, so like I call this a waste of time, but at the same time, I'm learning a lot and I'm thinking things through that I wouldn't have thought of otherwise, which will help the load time long term. And the main thread the weird bit of this is the main thread should still be doing all of this stuff for the most part. There are certain areas where I don't have no, I took those away. That's not true. There were in the past certain areas where I checked if it was on the main thread or a worker thread and I didn't have that code go through. But that's no longer a thing because I want everything on the main thread because I'm doing things on the main thread that I didn't think I'd be doing long term, but I end up wanting to do it now. So it still doesn't make sense why it's different on the worker thread than the main thread, but what we can do is we can grab the file that is for, I want to leave the load time thing in here. Yeah, I want to leave that there. Okay. Yeah, if I skip over the file that is the large file, which is our static models file, we can look at just that one. There's also the animations file, but maybe I want to log each and every single individual file. You know what? Let's do that. Just for the models part. Yeah, that should be fine. It has overhead, but it won't be within the logging, so it should be okay. So we want to also spit out the name of the file, which is just yeah, that's the name. Okay, we'll just call this file name is that. All right, let's see. This should tell us how long it takes each model set load and execute. Hopefully it should. Okay, we gotta wait a little while. Yeah, and that 12 seconds isn't even everything, because there's additional seconds. Okay, that was not too bad. Yes, static takes 11 milliseconds though. So these don't add up to. Hold on, no, that's seconds, isn't it? Because I am dividing it. Oops. Okay, so that does take 11 seconds, just that one file. So it's basically all that one file, which I kind of expected. It still doesn't make sense why the main thread doesn't do it. Let's just do that again so it's logging in seconds, just to be a bit more clear what's happening here. But now that we know it's one file, we can work with that file to fix our load times quite a bit. The rest are not bad. Even animations, yeah, not bad at all. It's just that one file. It's just static. Okay. That's really good news, though. I can change things about that. In fact, I can probably run some tests right now and just see how much the bounding box calculations are slowing things down. Right, so I guess we'll just set the bounding box to false, or just not run this line. It just won't run that line. And that should be the only place that's being called, yeah. All right, so there's still a bunch of other shit going on with it, and there's things that I should move around that we don't need to be doing scaling and translating on the fly. We could do them in Blender. I'm just being a little bit lazy. But I feel like a lot of this is probably the bounding box calculations. So we were sitting at about 10 seconds for those files, and now hopefully less, hopefully. Maybe not. No, that didn't help. Unless it's like using a cache of it, but I don't think so. We can check on that. I could look at the model function. Now there's the compress function, which makes our file size smaller. But if file size is not the concern, okay, so it is using the right thing. If file size is not the concern, which it isn't really, and it's more so execution. I mean, yeah, the file size will grow really large, and I don't want that. But if it's the decompressing of the model that's taking so long, then that's pretty shitty. Let's look at the expand function. I don't even know if that's in here. I feel like it is though. Yeah. And then it's splitting them and then doing a parse int on them because they're base 36 encoded. And then it's dividing all those values because they're converted into like larger integers. So whatever we're multiplying them by, so they can still retain their point values but be integers, right? And then we're base 36 encoding them. And then, then what we're doing after to decode them is base 36 decode and then dividing them by that multiple. We can't even really console log how long that takes. We can turn off expansion, or just, let's just return here if it's compressed. That's not a very good way to tell because a lot of them are compressed, and that's also making it so it doesn't do all the following functions that could be making things slow. But let's just see what this does. This will just run the non-compressed files. Length of undefined shit. Will it even run then or no? No. I guess that makes sense. I wish I can have this file return without breaking, so I can have this basically do nothing with the models, just store them as objects until we need them, and then do different things with it, but it's not that easy. Like, how can we do this? So we're creating a new one of these and we're setting through all these properties. So let's just, I'll try commenting this out. We're not doing a merge on it ever. So this probably won't work. No. We can change how we're decompressing them so we don't divide them, and we also don't do any of this. We just split them. Oh, but it's still gonna end up being, all right, let's try not dividing them, but the division shouldn't take a whole lot. Maybe the parse int would take a whole lot though. Maybe that is pretty computationally expensive, parse int, to go from that stringified version back into an integer. Okay, so that still took 10 seconds. What if we manually just force all these to be zeros? We're not doing a parse int on it at all. Because that should hopefully still run. And it gets rid of parse int. I mean, everything's still feeling pretty slow anyway, if we don't get an error, so I don't think that's the main culprit either. We're not getting like many seconds of reduction. Yeah, so that still took just as long. Huh, weird. I just want to make sure everything isn't being like a weird cache and just log these out to make sure it's correct. Yeah. So, I mean, we're learning stuff, but at the same time, so it doesn't appear to be the expanding of it. It doesn't appear to be the bounding box of it, but it does, it's something in that file with models. It could be build rotations. Why? Let's comment that out. I mean, obviously all these add up, but I'm hoping one of these is like at least 3 or 4 seconds worth of stuff. Right. Or, yeah, my math rotate function, that could be pretty inefficient. Can we just not run this? Will that be okay, or is it going to complain? Yeah, none of this is helping. Huh, that's so weird. We know it's that file, which is calling a bunch of new models. Well, so I'm looking at the model and all the prototype stuff on it. I mean, maybe it's not even it should be. That's basically all that's going on in that file. There's nothing too fancy about it. It's basically just a dump of a bunch of files. If we look at it, like almost all of these lines will be models, whatever is a new model, and they push positions and colors and whatever we need to it. Occasionally we're compressing them, which should just make it slower, really. And it shouldn't be the file loading itself, especially because we're on localhost, so it's not like we're downloading anything. And we tested that out manually, and eval was the part that took all the time and not the loading of the file. So it should be similar with import scripts. Maybe animate clothing is doing it. Could be, but that's not a whole. Well, let's see. How much time is animation taking up? No, not a lot. So it shouldn't be that. And we are calling that very few times anyway. I can comment those out, but it really, really should not be that. All right, we'll comment out all instances of that. I don't know if that's bad to do, but holy shit, did that help? What the fuck? Really? Holy shit, are you kidding me? Okay. Animate clothing, really, really inefficient. I'm probably doing something really stupid in that function. That brought it from 11 seconds to 1.3 seconds. Wow. What the fuck did how did I fuck up that function so badly? Am I like accidentally looping through something way too many times by accident? Wow. I mean, I knew we were maybe okay. Well, one thing that we can fix about this is we don't need to do a distance 3D. We can do a square distance. So we're not doing a square root all the time because that's inefficient. Because we're just trying to get the closest distance. We don't need the exact distance. We just need to figure out what's closest. So the squared version of that should be fine. I think it's just called distance 3D squared in my functions, but I'm going to check on that. But wow, that's crazy that was taking an extra 9 or so seconds, and we're not even calling it that often. All right. Yeah, distance 2D squared. Do I have distance 3D squared? No, let's do that. Where we basically just don't want square root on there because we don't need it. All right, that should help with things, and I don't think we should need it. In theory, one day we might do something with it so we can interpolate a little bit better, but right now we're not doing that interpolation. And I don't remember if I left those commented out or not. I probably did. All right, so yeah, these are 1.6 seconds or so. If I go to static, yeah, they're still commented out. So we're gonna re-enable all of those and see if this is at least a little bit better. It's definitely not gonna be 1.6 seconds, but hopefully it's not 10 seconds. Hopefully it's like maybe 8 seconds or so. Take a couple seconds off. Where is it? No, it's still just bad. Maybe it took a second off. All right, so let's try to figure out why this is so bad. Let's figure out what we're calling animate clothing on, and we really shouldn't even be calling it that many times. And they're okay. And then the animate clothing function, we go off of the character rig. Let's look at the character rig and look at what animations are on that. Okay, do we really have 15 walk frames? Do we really have that many? I mean, I guess that makes sense why this is so bad, but how do we improve it? One way we can improve, but it's going to increase the file size quite a bit, is to pre-calculate these for all of them, which is shitty. That's a really shitty way to do it. I don't want to do it that way at all. Maybe we can do them on the shader, move it to the GPU. It's probably not best though. It's probably going to be pretty slow. And this is just slow. I'd rather it be slow on load time than runtime, you know? So this loops through all of our animations, which is our character rig animations, which if we look at them, which is what we're already looking at, but just to be sure, okay. And that loops through all the frames in the character animation, and then it loops through all the positions, our base positions. What's our base positions? Is our model. All right, there's got to be a better way to do this. Because it ends up going based off the clothing's positions, and then we loop within there for each clothing position are positions on the rig. There's definitely some ways that I can think of to optimize this. It's complicated though. Well, for starters, we don't actually need to do this for each frame, do we? Because the closest ones are based off of like the A pose. So that's one thing that we can actually very much so improve this, because this is happening, let's see, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 plus 15 25 more times than it has to. So I can probably make this about 25 more times more efficient. I guess one of them still need it, so it's 24. 24 times more efficient. We just need to store those values. I was doing this pretty stupid. Okay, now that we know that, we can have our offset calculate. Okay, how do we do this? I gotta be smart about this. There's definitely a way to do this, and I can think of it in my head. It's just hard to actually program all out. But we do want to loop through all the animations, but we want to already have stored the closest one, and then we want to have the offset calculated already for each animation. Fuck, this is gonna give me a fucking headache to do, but at least I know what to do, but Jesus Christ, it's gonna be so fucking complicated. All right, I need some space here. All right, so within our model name, we can have an index attached to it for where its closest character rig index is. So, let's have something here called our base model. And if I could actually fucking spell things, we can do that. That's fine. So we're gonna have an array called our base model dot animation or rig. Yeah, it's a rig indices. They're not really indices, but they kind of are. We'll call it indices. And that's going to be an array. And then within here, for each of the closest ones, we're going to, I guess, push. Yeah, because we're looping through our position's length times 3. So that each one of those are push for each index of our vertices. There's like a sibling or associated index that attaches to our rig. So we just need to have that go off of our closest value, which is, what is the distance? We're not actually using that value ever, so that's okay. We don't need that. All right, so we're going to push our closest at our index, which is j in that case, which is going to be at 0. So we have j and then distance, which we're not using. So that's all of our rig indices, which we only need to do once. Then what we need to do is compute all of the offsets for our rig. I don't really want to do that yet. Really should though. For all the animations, we need to have offsets. And then for each of the animations for each of the frames, we would, instead of doing this here, we would just set each of our base positions to the offset that it needed. And we can still do that. We don't need this loop. We're eliminating one loop, but we could probably eliminate 2 loops, or at least some calculations in the loop. But this should be better. This is going to be way more efficient, and should work just as well. We can probably make it more efficient though. I'm just too much brain power. All right, so we don't need these bits here anymore. And then we have our rig indices. I kind of want to iterate by our rig indices. It doesn't make a whole lot of difference. We just have to divide I by 3. Instead, I'd rather multiply by 3. So we're going to have our rig indices. I don't know. How do I want to do this? We'll divide by 3, I guess. It's fine. And then our closest value is now instead... Oh, this line is still going to be so fucking long. It's okay. Our frame positions is our... This is so fucking shitty. It's okay. This will get fixed eventually, but probably even today or tomorrow. But okay. It's our rig indices at I divided by 3. I'm just going to make sure those don't have any weird floating point issues. I'm not 100% sure I did that right, but I think I did. Right, so it's our frame positions at our rig index, and our frame positions are the animations, right? And so we get the index based off that. That should be correct, yeah, because that is our rig indices at that index is our closest value, which is what we replace it with. Okay, let's see what happens, and if this is better at load times. Can I read the length of undefined models? 235. 235. Oh, this is supposed to be our A pose positions. Our A pose positions aren't defined here. We could also probably define that outside the for loop. Yeah. Because that's not going to change. That's just for the A pose. That'll also make it a bit more efficient. And then this closest value we probably also don't need. Okay. I think that's already doing much better. Yeah, it's like 2 seconds. I can make this a little bit more optimized. I have to make sure the animations still work. I'm pretty sure I'm doing this all correctly. And eventually we are going to have a lot more clothing to animate. So maybe I won't animate them until it's needed, and maybe we'll do it inside a web worker. We had talked about doing it in a web worker anyway, but it still needs to be optimized either way because we don't want a slow web worker. But that is a lot better. That's 2.9 seconds instead of 10 or 11 seconds. I could optimize this a bit more though. We don't necessarily have to do this calculation. We can store the offset for each animation. But I don't think that would help a whole lot. In fact, we can test that out by just zeroing these out or whatever. I think that won't throw any errors, and see how much it changes. So we were at about 2.7 or so, 2.7 to 2.9 in range, and now we're at 2.8. 2.8. Yeah, so it doesn't really make a difference. It's about the same, 2.6. So this calculation isn't too computationally expensive. It was the for loop within a for loop within a for loop within a for loop, with really unnecessary stuff that I could do outside of those for loops. And really what I could do if I want to be even more efficient about this is I can pre-calculate these values and store them. Yeah, that'd actually be kind of nice to do. I kind of want to have it so if I want, I can store that in the file. Because this is probably still taking up quite a bit of computational power. Like if let's get rid of this bit here. This is still more than we need to do. But let's just see if we do this, if this is a big reduction. Because if it is, we can store those values. It's a little bit better. We're at like 2.2 or so, 2.2 to 2.5. So it's an improvement. So those values here can be stored in the JavaScript file just as an array. We could even compress it if we wanted to, probably. Although they're indices, so maybe not. Yeah, I guess we could do base 36 on it though. That would be fine. All right, that's good. Much better. I'm still a little afraid of when we have a bunch of clothing. So right now we have very little clothing and it's still taking seconds, not even milliseconds, still taking seconds. It's much better than what it was, not taking, 10 or 11 seconds or 12 seconds. Now it's taking, two-ish, 2 to 3 seconds. But that's with very minimal amount of clothing. We're going to have a ton of clothing. Now, I will probably animate them as they're needed. The issue with that is we don't want to do that on the main thread, really. It's almost efficient enough now that it's like basically, I don't know, 5 times more efficient. At least. Probably even more than that, really, but that's what it's logging out as. But we're doing it like 25 times fewer times, I believe. But we still have the for loop within here. We didn't get rid of that entirely. We probably can't. Either way, I probably want to do it on the web worker and then send it back, just to be able to create as many NPC varieties of clothing and everything on the fly without worrying about, doing too much per frame. I'd like to optimize this a bit more here. The only thing I can think of would be optimizing these calculations, which we saw wasn't that worth it. Getting rid of this would be more worth it, which we can do. Let's do that real quick. One way you can do that, right, is if we do our base model rig indices, right? So if that already exists, we don't want to do it. So if there is no rig indices, then we can create them. But we want to be able to store them if we want. There's some issues that could come with that, where if we change our APOs where the indices get all moved around, which we probably will do in the future, the ones that we have stored that we aren't calculating on the fly will be incorrect. It's not that big of an issue. We can just update them for the ones that are broken. But it is a bit of a concern. I kind of, it's fine. It only takes a little bit right now. So I'll leave that commented out. I'll leave that there as a reminder that I might want to mess with that one day. But with the amount of clothing we have right now being animated, it's like taking up 0.5 seconds at the most, I think. So it's not a big deal. This is a lot better. I am so surprised that the reason those web workers were so fucking slow with their execution, which is still weird that on the main thread it was mostly okay, because the main thread should have been animating them as well, but that's not the point. What's even more interesting is, do we need to animate them on the worker thread at all? We can maybe just return that. The worker thread doesn't need, well, it might need one in the future, but not the chunk builder thread. If we build one for modeling NPCs, it'll need it, but in theory, hold on, let's try this out. So our chunk builder, we should be able to detect which ones are chunk builders. We can look at our engine thread. All right, this is kind of like a shitty hack fix, but let's see if this throws errors or if this works. I'm going to say if our engine thread is chunk builder, then return, right? Because we don't need to actually animate them on that thread, I don't think. Shitty fix, question mark? I don't know if it's, I mean, it's kind of shitty, but all right, that's much better. Let's see if it works. Okay. I think it should be a fine. I don't think it should throw any errors. I don't think it'll require those animations ever. Oh, that's so fucking cool. That's so good. I mean, this conditional here is a bit shitty, but, and I could just say if it's not the main thread, if it's a worker thread, then return. But since we might end up animating them on a web worker, I don't want to do that and then accidentally forget and then like be like, oh, why isn't it working on this worker? It works on the main thread. Why not the worker? I don't understand. Because I can totally see that happening. Oh, but that's so fucking cool that we fixed that. I had no idea where that was coming from. I mean, yeah, I wasted a lot of time trying to figure it out, but in the end, it's not really a waste. I was just looking in the wrong areas until I found it, but it's not that bad. I am logging each file individually, their time, and not like the overall time, but we knew that this was taking up the bulk of it, that was about 10 out of the 12 seconds. So maybe there's an additional 2 seconds in all of the other files, but that's not an issue. Huh, that's so cool. All right. And it wasn't even like, it was important, but it wasn't super important. Where, like the game was playable, is fine. I should probably get rid of this file. We don't need that. We'll get rid of that whole folder. But yeah, I didn't have to ever fix this, but I definitely wanted to, because the game was playable. I could have released version 1.0 with that like that, although it would have gotten worse as we added clothing. So it's very good that I discovered it, because it would have gotten confusing why it kept growing and growing and growing. It's still going to keep growing in a way, but only on the main thread now, which isn't as much of an issue for some weird reason. But what we might end up doing is having them only animate on the worker thread, and send it back. Also, possibly only animate them when we need them, so we animate them on the fly. But that's stuff we can figure out. We can get rid of the logging of time. I kind of am curious to log this whole thing and just see what it's up to with all of the things. Maybe I should also be logging the sub-entity file and see if one of those is really long, but none of them should be like what the 10 seconds was, All right. Just out of curiosity, let's load this. Yeah. So we went from about 12 seconds to about 2 seconds. That's so good. All right. We'll comment that out. I'm probably going to end the stream soon. Yeah, it's getting late. I gotta go. I got a lot of stuff I gotta do. All right. Oh, we're still not doing bounding boxes. Hold on, we gotta put those back on. Yeah, that like completely broke the tab. Whoops. All right, I just want to make sure everything's working. I'm gonna do a commit, and then I'm going to end the stream. Okay, let's make sure indoors works. We still have that weird issue where the room doesn't model right away. I don't know what that is, but we'll have to look at that. Cool. Very good. All right. Where's this guy? Fixed animate clothing bug that was increasing load times. What else did we do? Add it indoor layout editor, I guess is what I'm calling this. It's part of merchant. Yeah. That was for performance logging. Let's look what's going on in this function. This file. It's about the same thing. It's probably just basically it, but that's okay. I'll try to also upload the version on the server, and maybe also make a zip for Cal, and anybody else that wants it to just download all the files. I will try to remember to do that. The issue with that is it's always going to end up being outdated. But I mean, it's probably not that necessary anymore either, because the issue with the loading time is fixed and I was kind of way off in what was causing it. But that's just me being a shitty programmer as usual. I'm very surprised where that was coming from too. That's like bizarre. How that could take 10 seconds to execute. All right, is there anything in this file that I need to know about? Not really. I probably want to end up optimizing this a little bit more, but we ran the time zone optimizing and it was like the most I can do is like store these, which we could do in the future, and that was 0.5. I thought this would maybe optimize it, changing how we do the calculations down here, but that was even less. I think that was like 0.2 seconds, so it's not really worth it, since they're only done on initialization right now. Okay, we added that, but I'm not even going to put that in the log message. I want to delete this file because we don't need to upload that. We don't need to commit an empty file like that. I want to delete the folder and everything. I just want to make sure I do this correctly, so it's workers, and make sure it's empty. Yep. All right, delete. Okay. And then we want to stage that again. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're gonna push that, commit. Very good. All right, thanks for watching, guys. I'll try to upload a new build to the server, even though I'll probably end up doing that shitty thing with the noise PNG having the wrong permissions for some reason. Hopefully I can fix that so every time I upload, doesn't for some reason that one file has the wrong permissions. If I change it differently on my laptop, which I thought I already did, but if I change it there and I upload it, hopefully it'll fix it. I don't know why that one file has an issue. It's very strange. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Hopefully I'll stream again tonight, maybe tomorrow. I don't know exactly when. I got some busy days ahead of me. But I'll see you all soon, and have a good day.